Oh man,
we talk about a lot of things.
You're gonna record my voice. Don't record my voice. I sound weird.
Everybody sounds weird. That's all right. I sound weird. So, hey, don't feel bad.
Hey, you sound like a truck driver.
I am a truck driver.
Aha!
20 years long.
My boss is a truck driver, or he used to be a truck driver. Now we just climb shit. So and in regards to the whole, like when I was telling you about statuses, right? I was on the California Secretary of State website, and within one of the pages I was reading, it gave the differences between what a U.S. citizen that is a U.S. national, but there's a U.S. national that's not a U.S. citizen. So that was like the status question that I was trying to get around, that I was trying to ask you.
I did a FOIA request last year and asked the United States, it's USCIS, Citizenship and Immigration Office, and that's part of Homeland Security.
Yes, USCIS.
Yeah. And I asked them for any evidence showing I was a U.S. citizen. They come back and they say, we checked both our databases. We don't have anything. So how can I be something I've never applied for? Because what is USCIS?
Yeah, that's a good letter to have.
What is the USCIS? See, there's two citizenships. You have the citizen of the several states, and then you have the citizen of the United States. And the courts are clear on this. Okay. If you go back and read U.S. versus Anthony, why did she go to jail, Susan B. Anthony, for voting in a federal election? She went to jail because she was voting in a foreign jurisdiction's election without permission. Okay, she was a New Yorker. That was her nationality. So she was not a U.S. citizen. And the system actually allows people to believe they are U.S. citizens. Now, if what I was told was right, by the way, you'll like this, SL. I was on TikTok a while back talking to someone that did I did the FOIA request last year. You remember that. And it's just spread around. I'm finding people are telling people to do it, just like with not that I'm seeking credit, but it was kind of nice, you know.
Oh yeah, I heard it from a couple other guys this week. Yeah.
Yeah, and but he said he did it, got the same response, and then he had a friend of his that did naturalize, and I had this theory all along that just because you naturalized doesn't make you the man, the citizen, because they still give you a social, and the social is still a trust, and the trust is the U.S. citizen. You are not that, right? So
Correct.
this guy, he went through the naturalization process. He did his FOIA request. He got the same response.
That's why I was thinking about doing it too, because I'm just a green card holder here, and they issued me a social security number. I didn't apply for it. Same thing.
Yeah, so that's the first instance of someone that came in the right way, getting the same result I did, which is the reason why I say what I say, because if that's true, because it's hearsay, I haven't seen any actual documented evidence of people that are actually here legally doing the FOIA. It's just what I was told, you know. It appears credible. I don't think the guy's lying to me, because the information is kind of important. But if that's the case, then it just goes to further prove what I've been saying, that they have no jurisdiction over the man or the woman. They only have jurisdiction over their creation. We're using their creation and we're not using it right.
Right. And it's a bunch of assumptions too.
Have you contacted the Social Security office or been to one and asked them about the Social Security number and if it's linked to a trust or anything like that?
We already know it's linked to a trust.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying to get like some type of like papered evidence. You know what I mean?
No,
To like,
I've already shown papered evidence. It's on their website who the trustees are. If there are trustees, then it is a trust. And if you do a search term called Social Security Trust, you will find that in the law. Okay. And if you go back to the Trading with the Enemy Act, October 6, 1917, that is when they started creating the trusts. All they did was modify that March 9, 1933 through Proclamation 2039, which was March 6, 1933, to amend the Trading with the Enemy Act and pass the Banking Relief Act that made it apply to everyone. And in the Proclamation 2039, you can read it. It said the creation of special trust accounts. And Meg, she was on the live last night. She can attest to this because I showed a lot of it on screen. That they list who the trustees are. So you're not a trustee and you are not a beneficiary. Tim, who's in this group, he actually called the Social Security Administration, asked, am I the beneficiary? They said, no, you're not. Not yet.
Okay, so if that's the case in a trust, what position do we hold?
Registered agent.
Uh-huh. That's what
I've been
thought.
saying. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, no, but it is.
You're not the grantor, you're not the trustees, and you're not the beneficiary. The only thing left is you're the general agent that has the permission to go out and do business in the name of the trust, creating all these securities. And since you don't know what you're doing, the banks don't report it to the government in proper time, so they get to make money off of these securities left and right through the market.
yeah, I was just on the phone with Social Security on Thursday, and I kind of got the lady in the corner, and she didn't want to answer any questions. She told me to go into a Social Security office and bring my paperwork to ask questions there. I thought that was pretty hilarious. And then for the live that you went yesterday, did you put that in your group?
No.
Or on your YouTube channel or anything?
I will be doing that. I'm trying to get caught up.
All right, because I saw you guys were live yesterday. I just couldn't join. I had 5 kids yesterday, and they're giving me a runaround.
I completely understand.
So with you stating that we're the registered agents, that alone should be on our signature than the beneficiary, right? It should be signed as the registered agent?
Not all the time.
Or as the agent, or however you want to put it that way.
Not all the time. This is why it's good to read the books on agency, or like, for example, right now I've been doing a class on the laws of agency, going through all the principles through corpus juris secundum on the law of agency.
So send all your bills to the trustee, accepted for value. Letting him know it's my comprehension that I'm registered agent.
I don't do accepted for value with them. I would say, hey, my duty as a general agent is to do what? Forward all notices, all process, and all demands to the principal. Your state codes will tell you that. Your state code will also tell you that you're indemnified as the agent. Your state code will also tell you how to mail it to the principal. So you write your cover letter that way.
Is it the federal government or would it be the state?
No, the federal. The state's the beneficiary.
Got it.
Let's see here.
Good morning, gentlemen.
I'll show you again.
Hello.
Let's see.
Pastor, how do you do, my fellow men?
Doing well.
Good
So
to
look
hear,
at
brother.
that, SL. And James, there's your list of trustees right on the Social Security website.
How does the state change as the beneficiary if
Okay.
when you move, right? So does it go with your driver's license? How does it move?
No, it's Boris was told by the head legal counsel of the vital statistics. It said, look, he said the one thing you haven't done is took it to the county assessor in the place you're doing business.
All right. Yep. Pay the tax, right?
That's part of it, but let's see. Let's remove that. It's a state agency. Didn't KW find that out? He went to probate court. They told him it was a state agency and you're the agent. Now, the first trustee, if you look, it says it's Secretary of the Treasury, which is the managing trustee. You've heard the term in trust law. Also, you've heard first trustee, right? Well, why? That's the bank. The Secretary of Labor is the second trustee. Why is that? When you fill out a W-4 or a W-9 and you put the name, the social, the address, and check U.S. citizen, what are you actually putting on the paper? You're putting the name of the trust on the paperwork, the all caps name and the social. That's no different than putting Microsoft Incorporated and the EIN for Microsoft. Okay. The address you put on it is the office of the registered agent, which is you. You checked U.S. citizen because why? Under the 14th Amendment, all corporations, all businesses, and all trusts are what? U.S. citizens. Now, the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Why is that the third trustee? Because the state has to go to them to receive their distributions under Title II, Title IV, and Title V.
You surrender your adverse claim, they don't have anything to service. So you have to
Correct.
do a voluntary. Because until then, you have equitable title, which means you need a trustee or someone who has legal title to make the claims on your behalf.
Correct. That's part of the reason why they're the trustees.
But you still have to release your adverse claim, because if you don't, the legal title doesn't fully vest with the trustee, and he has nothing to service.
Correct. And me and Boris keep saying is, hey, send everything back to them. It's theirs. Let them have it. They want the liability. They call it a government obligation. Let them have it. Ain't that what it says in the congressional record, March 9th, 1933? They did all this in exchange for what? Government obligations.
And you got to remember, you're the co-user and co-recipient of the birth certificate and Social Security account. There's other people who are using it. You're not the only beneficiary. You're not even the intended beneficiary.
You're not even the beneficiary, because according to
most you are a third party, because you are a contributor to the event.
Well, that's where you get into, you are the name holder. You're the beneficial owner, which is not
only
the
when
beneficiary.
Only when you surrender that. It's the entitlement holder. That's really what you become, is the entitlement holder, the one who can direct the authority to invest or redeem securities. And since you haven't given up your interest, they come in and re-administrate that thing every single time under their administration, and they invest it where they think it should go, because you're still holding onto the interest, thus you're withholding in dishonor of the contract, of the agreement. That's really what's going on. It's just we didn't really surrender it, because it has to take a voluntary interest, because every act of that infant can be voided.
Well,
It's voidable, but not void. So you can
me,
void it, which creates an instant reversion back to you as one of the contributors to the event.
well, let me give you an additional thought process, Boris. Let's look at the mortgage, for example. What happens when you fill out the collateral security? We call it a mortgage note, promissory note, whatever. You fill out a collateral security under 12 USC 412 and you give it
What do
to
they
them.
do with it? Yeah, and then what do they do with it?
Now, under 12 USC 411, they are supposed to take it to the Treasury window to receive the book entry credits. But are they doing that?
Hold on. Only if you've assigned it that way. Until then, it is a private placement security given over where they convert it into shares in the deed of trust to sell it on the secondary markets as investment conduits.
Correct.
So the way you deal with a mortgage, if you haven't assigned it over to the note, is you have to go back to the deed of trust and assign out the proceeds from the sale of the conversion of the security.
Correct. Now,
and then come back and claim the warranty deed and assign that into your possession and accept the warranty deed for the insurance of the transfer. So the transfer of the conversion of the instrument into shares is given out to the bank and the servicer with reversions to the U.S., while the property you give usufruct to the county so they can service it, and the reversions go to the state, and then you dispose of that property. Therefore, it remains in the state and the county, and the instrument, which is converted, is destroyed. Basically, it has no value when they bring it back, if they bring it back. And now the shares, it's just like running an IPO of a corporation. It's all done in a trust, and then they have to go back and distribute it after the their IPO period is over.
Yeah. I actually had a conversation the other day with a former FBI agent.
Mm-hmm.
Some may know who she is, and that she was working with someone else. But she was involved in an investigation after the 2008 housing collapse that got a banker 30 years in prison. She showed me the case. But she was talking about what they actually do is they do take them to the Treasury. They do not take them to the Treasury up front like they're supposed to do, because nobody's reporting to the Treasury that they're doing it. So they're kind of holding on to it. Yes, they securitize it. They wait till the end of the maturity and then take it to the Treasury and receive their credits. Because why? Now they've received
they're selling the contract back to the Treasury.
Yeah, they've received your payments, plus they get the Treasury payments. And the reason why they wait till then to do it.
But most people are still misunderstanding. There's still a conversion of the note into what they've sold on the thing that's still in that deed of trust.
Yeah.
So all the houses who had deed of trust before you, there is still conversion amounts in those titles that nobody has ever come collapse. We know that's true because that's what these guys are. That's what a bunch of scammers have started doing out west from Colorado on west. Is they've gone back and taken people's houses to collapse all the other titles that are underneath it that nobody accepted. That's still outstanding accounts holding monies in it.
Mm-hmm. And one of the big things nobody's doing is they're not reading the contracts, right? One of the ladies in this group, and I can't think of her name right now, I talked to her again the other day. She actually was reading portions of her mortgage contract and said there's actually 3 contracts. In one of the contracts, it says that the loan is for an owner-occupied dwelling, and it says in lawful consideration of $10. And I said, did you ever give them $10 in lawful consideration? And she said, no. I said, plus it says you're an owner-occupied dwelling. I said, but you've never accepted the deed. I said, go look at the warranty deed. The warranty deed says you're a tenant. A tenant and an owner are not the same thing.
Right. And then you look through your mortgage contract, if there's nothing about securitization in it, which there never is. They're not going to tell you that because that'll turn it into an instant. It's no longer a lien. It's an investment contract now. And all the investors assume all the risk, not you. Mm-hmm. And not the bank. The bank has no risk because they're selling it to investors, but it's really just an investment contract on the back end. So if you look through the mortgage documentation, there's no reference to securitization and they come in with lost notes or whatever the hell they're coming in with, then all you have to do is say, okay, well, since you lost the note, I get all the proceeds from the sale of the note that you lost. You treat it as a sale. They sold the note on the markets, therefore you take all the proceeds from the sale and apply it to the mortgage and get the proceeds, and any remainder goes back to you. That's known. That's in a lot. The Notre Dame Law Review already had that one out like back in the 20s.
Yeah.
Before 33 and everything else. So that's a standard operation of law. That if they resort to securitization of the instrument and there's no agreement between the parties, then all the proceeds of the securitization go to the one who issued the note. Because the bank put in jeopardy its duties as fiduciary to do what it did. Because it can no longer keep the note and mortgage together, therefore it can't service its duties as fiduciary and trustee. They weren't supposed to get rid of it, they were supposed to hold it and then give it back when it's done. But when they put it into these remit trusts, the note, for all intents and purposes, has been destroyed. There's no value in it anymore.
Wow, that was probably the best explanation I've ever heard.
Yeah, and there's a guy on YouTube that talks about this, but there's actually a note, I'll put it in the chat, there's a Notre Dame Law Review journal that goes over this. Let me see if I can.
What happens to banks when they collapse? Does that cause abandonment of the securities?
No, they just get transferred to the next party. Everything is all in transit. So debt and money and everything right now it's all about debt in transit. So when everything's moving around, like when they're doing these assignments, all they're doing is taking your private placement security and assigning it to the next party so they can do whatever they're going to do.
But they're only taking interest from the securities, right?
They're taking the interest from the security, but what's the interest of the securities? Everything in the markets, the QSIP numbers you all are finding everywhere, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That shows where they've deposited it into the remit trust and everything else, which are just investment conduits, real estate investment. I mean, it says it right there, and it's in the title of what it is. They're turning these into investment contracts. They're not loans, they're investment contracts, so the bank doesn't have to tie up its own capital. And you issue a private placement security, they go out and monetize the shit out of it and then turn it over to the Treasury to retire it. But what if you, at the beginning, accepted it and endorsed it, paid to the order of the United States of America without recourse, and then gave it back to them? It would automatically retire the security, and the mortgage you don't even have to sign, because the mortgage is a contract to give them to take a tenancy in the land. There's never a loan. You own the house the moment you said you could the moment someone said you could buy it. That's when title transferred. It transferred upon the meeting of the minds. Everything else is just a shadow that follows the function.
Yeah.
So all those paperwork everybody's signing, once you get the note and they get the wire transfer and they want you to sign at closing, the closing is another deal. That's turning the property back over to them. And you don't want to do that. So at closing, you can demand the keys and walk away because they've already gotten paid. The wire transfer came in. The investor already paid. The investor is the United States.
So you're saying when you're at the closing table, and then once you're at the closing table and they got the promissory note from the bank, that's it? Closing is closing?
It. You're done. You're done. You don't have to sign the mortgage contracts or anything else. The mortgage contract is a separate deal after the closing. And actually, you should be taking all those and accepting those and assigning them over to the United States of America without recourse to retire all that shit. They're outstanding investment securities.
I was trying to get my son, he's about to buy a house, and I'm like, just wait. I think there's something else you need to know, but I didn't know it. And I've been going through this, and he's been approved for the house, and it's in Virginia Beach, really nice house. But yeah. I'm like, why are you going for the mortgage? I knew the mortgage was the trap,
And we got a guy in the Refining the Trump Trap group that came in and posted that he went, if it wasn't for his wife, they would have a free and clear house because he demanded the keys at closing, but they conned her into signing the contract. The mortgage is what turns you into the tenant, and then what they do if this guy is this expert witness, what he says is what he found out is they're taking all the proceeds from the tender of the note after they convert it, and they're treating it as rent payments by the tenant to the lender.
Damn.
And that's how they're avoiding all their capital gains.
So what happens when they, for example, let's say somebody gets a property, right? And they've been paying on that property for several plus years, right? And, you know, does that note that is the investment conduit or vehicle?
You're supposed to be distributing funds from that trust to pay for the mortgage.
Yeah, which many people are not doing.
So what they do is after the foreclosure comes in and they foreclose on the house, they take the house for $0. It's a $0 transfer, thus avoiding taxes on the transfer. And then they go off and sell the house to cover the attorney's fees and put it back on the market to do all the thing all over again. But inside the trust is where all the proceeds are, which is why they file the 1099As and Cs and stuff. So they cancel out the contract on you. And the no loan acceleration, what they're doing is they're backdating it to 12/31/99 because of the 2000 bug inside their software, and then your dates are all screwed up, and they go back to a date that's before all this. So like the one he did in his video, the date ended up being 4/15/19 like 23 or 1906 or something for the date the initiation of the loan. And they brought it up to 20,006 and then do some math and come out with it. And it's a really screwed up process, what they're really doing. This guy has it figured out to where he can figure out the loan amounts and all the other, and the interest.
Talking about the guy on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about the shares too. And I'm
like,
and
everything is shares.
Actually,
so this guy's really good.
He actually must have worked in this.
He was a secondary loan mortgage buyer. Mm-hmm. So he worked in the secondary markets without Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac, and he says you really want to go in there because he was doing this, and he saw what was going on, and his conscience got the better of him. And he said, "I can't do this no more, but I'm going to show people what they're doing." So he was in the secondary mortgage markets for 30 years, I think it was. So he's been pushing this stuff through, and he doesn't get into all the legal determinations stuff. He just comes with the accounting. And his channel, let me see if I should have it here in my marks, is what is his channel? Expert Witness. That's his channel on YouTube.
Yeah,
and he just put up.
That's him. Yeah.
And he just put on a new video on everything, on things today, but you're going through it, and I've been, it's kind of, you got to sit down and actually do the math with him so you can get an idea what he's talking about. And, he says all you need is a payoff statement that shows the principal, the principal amount of the loan, the rate, the percentage rate, the current payoff balance, and then they have another little listing. And he says the way they list these things, it's a budget item list, like they're budgeting out of a set of monies, or money's already received. So when he goes through it, he found out that they're taking they take your instrument and they create shares out of it, like 100 shares. And the 100 shares are sold for X amount, and then they're sold for another amount, and then the amount they're originally sold for is called the discount. And then what they at the end they come out with the money's left over, and that's the amount they walk away with. And they put all the taxes and everything else on it. It's really, really just fascinating when you sit down and look at them. And it puts a whole new spin on what you think of mortgages. The fact that it's all investments. It's not a contract. It's an investment. It's an investment conduit. So all these things, they're just using you as the insurance policy to pay off the investors because it's just one giant Ponzi scheme. You're the principal investor via your mortgage note. They convert that into shares, sell those off, but you're coming in with a private placement, which means you're trying to raise funds for a capital venture, capital for business expansion, which is the acquisition of the property. And then they sell that off as shares, and your payments go to the dividends that are paid out on those shares. And they put them in, and they distributed the 100 shares into many different money market accounts that are sold to investors. So they spread the risk out for default over many different investors. But the bank risks nothing, and therefore the bank should never be entitled to anything in return. But what they're doing is, since you didn't go into the deed of trust and restate it as the grantor, because that's what you are, you're the grantor of it all, then redistribute the assets, then it's considered abandoned, just like the infant is considered abandoned until when? You distribute the interests. Because until the interests are distributed, it's just sitting there doing nothing. It's idle, laying idle. And laying idle is the same thing as abandoned, is the same thing as dead, is the same thing as whatever word you need to put in there. Because it's idle, it's not doing anything. If it's not doing anything, it's, quote, dead. It's an account that's not active. A dead letter is a letter that can't be delivered. A dead account is one that can't be collected on or serviced. So while you're not using it, it's a dead account. That's why it appears dead in all their little probate accounting procedures, because since it's not active or it's not being used by the one entitled to use, the entitlement holder, then they're going to come in and administrate the infant decedent estate to account for the obligations and stuff that arose while someone was using it. And since that someone didn't identify themselves or surrender the interest, that someone will be treated as the interloper or the usufruct and has the duty to pay all the taxes and settle all the claims.
So, Boris,
how do you
what if you go in there and
interest?
What?
Sorry, how do you distribute the interest?
Then the trust can't be administrated. It's called a fixed trust. And all you do is go into the county record where the deed of trust is, and you're the grantor, so you can do a restatement of trust. Because it's not irrevocable.
So
and
that's
now
the restatement of trust. I'm sorry. The restatement of trust is the mortgage, correct?
Yeah, you'll go in and you'll go into the mortgage and restate the trust, and then distribute the interest. So the usufruct of the note would go to the lender, which would be the service provider would have the duties to service the interest of the lender, which would be a usufruct at that point. The reversion would go to the treasury because they're the ones who ultimately invest at the end. They put up the money where the wire transfer comes through. It's either the Federal Reserve or the Treasury. Either way, the Treasury gets the bill for the outstanding amount, for the interest. So you give that over to them so they can retire, and you want to retire that security and use any proceeds to reduce the public debt, secure innocent passage for your property and person, and care for the widows and orphans and poor.
Yes.
But the usufruct goes to the banks so they can use it to settle up the account. But then when they're done with it, it just reverts back to the Treasury so it can retire.
Sounds so pretty, but it's not done that way. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question about? I've heard that if you go in there and demand a receipt, that's proof that it's paid off too. Is that how it works?
That works too, because they have to give you a full accounting of everything that happened.
What if they don't want to give you a receipt?
Then it's called false. Then it's basically fraudulent trade practices, because they have to account for the funds that went in there. They have to do a full accounting, and what it's going to show is the bank didn't invest anything.
I mean, it's just like buying anything you get a receipt for it.
That's right. You get a receipt for it. You're the receipt holder. That's why the birth certificate, you're just a receipt holder. You're a receipt for something that was purchased when you were born, but you haven't delivered it by turning over the receipt So the instrument, that person, could take effect and operate according to its purport and tenor. It wasn't supposed to be used the way it's being used right now. We just didn't know, oh, we had to surrender an interest because it can't be done at birth. That's called an involuntary servitude. That's not the free will of the baby, that he intended to do that, right? So if the intent isn't there, then the action can't occur. It has to be full, it has to be intent, has to be there. That's why we have to do this on our own, because your parents can't do it for you. It doesn't matter how awesome it is or what good it is. What good is it if the man didn't choose himself?
Hey,
That's another form of slavery, even if the slavery is beneficial.
I got a question. More greetings, everyone. What would be the receipt on a mortgage? Because I am closing on a property like next week, and I was just curious as to
Good
what
morning,
would that
Loco.
be.
I thought that would be the transaction report.
That's
Could
something
be.
that the title will
The
have.
wire transfer report, I think that's what it is. Because what they're doing is they're intercepting the wire.
Okay, so a title company, I can pretty much just ask them for access to that escrow account, which I'm
Yep.
sure they have one. Okay.
Yep.
To be clear, it is the wire receipt, though, that you're looking for, because that's the one that has you identified as the beneficiary.
Correct.
The funds are marked at closing.
Right. And since you're the beneficiary, what you do is you release that to them, because you're the one who received the funds. You just haven't released it, so you have an adverse claim in this whole matter. And that's the adverse claim you're really releasing.
Okay.
Wait, you're releasing the what? I'm sorry.
You're releasing your adverse claim to those funds because the funds were paid to you as the issuer of the instrument that's being purchased. So you have to release those funds back to the lender. It's like I have a buddy who had a random doctor, but he went to some corner doctor office, right? Not one of these big chains, not a hospital, nothing like that, just a regular corner doctor's office. Got a bill in the mail. He turns around and he writes accepted for value, underlines it, right? Money order underneath it, flips it over, signs his name, buy, signs the name, put state ID number, and put the driver's license number on it. He got a $36 check back, which I then told him, I was like, now endorse that back over to the doctor's office and see if it's an overpayment. Because it might just be the monetization, give you the check back to endorse it back over to him to release your claim to those funds. But the state ID number, the driver's license number, actually shows that the state subrogates all your rights, titles, and defenses to any financial claim you have. That's the real acceptance of the contract, because what is transportation? It is debt in transit. Prisoners or debt in transit. So when you're operating the driver's license, you have debt in transit. When you sign it over to the state, it can now be retired and no longer in transit. If debt is not in transit, what does it not generate?
Interest.
There you go. It does not generate interest. Therefore, does not, if it retired debt does not generate interest, thus does not contribute to the public debt. But you have to retire the security and take all the proceeds and use that to reduce the public debt that was created by it being in transit. It's not your money. It's accounting within the system. It's internal accounting within the system. You were never supposed to use money. Money was made our servant when Lincoln did the 1864 Banking Act. And all these guys did is create an 1871 corporation and shove their Federal Reserve on top of that Banking Act, because the Banking Act purchased the usufruct of the people. And the 1871 Banking Act said, okay, we're going to use that as an underwriting or the 1871 Act for the United States. We're going to use that as the underwriting security for the 1877 Colonial Stock Act. And they've been out here trying to monetize their usufruct ever since, even though they're doing it illegally through conscriptions. because they're only supposed to stay in the U.S. territory within the states, so those little skips of land, but then they move out and it's now commercial. They're doing commercial warfare or commercial, they're doing forced commercial intercourse through conscription. And they conscript and are basically doing this as an end run around the whole Constitution, because they're seeing everybody as U.S. citizen, which is a militia, which means everything is punishment, and what is it? Regulating. Remember, a well-regulated militia. So that everybody's being regulated as if they're militia. And since these guys are here under the 1812 Ghent Treaty of Ghent, which ended the war, conscription was never dealt with, but everything else went post limine to before 1812. So what they're doing is they're under conscripting you because they have an allegiance to England. The United States, the U.S. Inc., as everybody calls it, is just an English corporation made by English holdings in the U.S., which is what the United States really is. The United States of America, was a corporation chartered by the people. The Northwest Ordinance is what receives land, but the United States was created as a result of the Northwest Ordinance to manage those properties. So it's a trust asset service provider. And that's really what the U.S. is. But it's coming over here as if they have a duty to England because of whatever the hell, the bar and their corporations and all that other shit. So they're treating you as if you're an enemy combatant under conscription, and then selling the resulting bounty contract and pensions and other payments for putting down an insurrection and rebellion, which under the War Powers Act is you violated a statute. So that's what's going on in most of your cases. You're being treated as militia. And if you come in through a religious avenue, you can get the exemption from militia service as combatant.
And so that wire receipt that is at closing, do we endorse that back to the lender per se to actually release?
You would demand the keys because that shows. Well, yeah, you would actually release it to them. You release your adverse claim, your beneficial interest to them, so they could have the equity to apply the equity to the account. Because until then, all you have is an equitable assignment of that property.
Right.
So you don't have physical legal title to it. The state still retains that because they, quote, own everything. So you have an equitable interest. Well, if you have an equitable interest, the rule on equitable assignments is an equitable assignee often cannot bring an action in its own name against a third party, but must fall back on the rules governing equitable assignments and join the assigner as the party to the action. So like with the birth certificate, somebody gave that to you. You were assigned it, but the only thing it really did, the assigner can instruct other parties or parties to the agreement, the birth certificate. You're not privy to that contract that was created, but they can instruct other parties to that agreement to discharge their obligation to the assignee instead of the assignor. So the assignee would be the holder of the birth certificate as a franchise, because that's what it created. That's what the whole Reconstruction Acts were all about, was elective franchise. So they created a franchise, and then they put all their debts on the franchise. Now, if you're going to claim the franchise as your own and operate it for your own profit and gain, well, then you get all the duties of service that. Otherwise, you can hand over the proprietorship of that back to them, and they're now the proprietor while you dispose of that property. Because you're not accepting the role of assignee, which they can do on the back end. Tell everybody else to go to that guy to get the debts paid. And that's what they're trying to do. That's the suretyship you have, which you weren't supposed to have, which allows you to have the equitable right of subrogation, which means you can step into the shoes of the creditor and get rid of the debts.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
that's only when you've established the fact that you never had a duty to perform, and then they compel you to perform. That's a compelled suretyship, which automatically grants you that duty because you're not the surety. You never were.
Right. And is that by pretty much how we sign coming in as third
Well,
party to
it's pretty
that?
much in how that name is set up. It's not really how you sign it. It's because if you have it all set up where your person is in the public and you've declared the charter of the person, public organic record. So you've referenced the birth certificate, put in something like, I have one out there we call disposition. I call the disposition affidavit. It's been updated, to account for new things. But what it is I went in and said, hey, this name is registered on this certificate of live birth. I've been presented with no evidence. This name serves to recognize me as I'm using it. Therefore, I accept the state's offer to be usufructuary while I'm using this thing. Right? That's all I did.
Right.
So that basically creates a public organic record that serves as the charter for that person. Now, what you're supposed to do is take that public organic record, show it to your Secretary of State, let them know that this is now the public organic record for this registered organization that's registered down here in the county now that it's operating, and then send it off to the Secretary of State of the U.S. because that's the trustee of decedent estates. And a decedent is just one who has an assigned interest. But you, as the quote beneficial owner of it, because you're declaring, you're claiming it as your own, can now assign that interest to do it through the Secretary of State because he's the trustee of that estate. So you let him know that, hey, as grantor, I'm going to come in and assign these interests. And now your job, your duties are fixed as a servicer of that. So now he's a trustee where the interests go. So the Secretary of State is now a trustee to make sure the usufruct gets its position, the reversion goes to the U.S., and that the naked owner retains disposal rights until he's done using it. Then you take it to the Social Security trustees, let them know an interest is on the way. Same thing with the OFAC director and trading with the enemy. And then the Treasury, let them know an interest is on the way. And then go to transportation with what you've done and let them know that you are now the registered owner of this registered organization and you're repurposing this vessel for whatever purpose you have in your charter. And he is now to issue a certificate to the Treasury and then publish the creation of the fund to service that vessel in the Federal Register. That's what his duties are. And once it gets in the Federal Register, it becomes law. And now everybody who needs a claim against that vessel now follows the procedures outlined in, 46 USC something.
Hey, Steve, is there a place
46 USC. Huh?
Do you have a place where you can find that
563.
information?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was listening to you and I'm trying to write notes and my hand doesn't go very fast. Is there a way I can find this information that you just spoke about?
Yeah. It's on the, what's that? Go ahead.
I was getting ready to say, it's in the laws. It's in their writings. And he just posted something earlier about the law review that discussed some of this. They write everything telling us how it works.
To her point, though, Boris is so full of knowledge and information, and it comes out pretty quickly. Is this call being recorded, Pastor?
Yeah, it'll eventually get up on YouTube and the website. And
I think that's the most beneficial thing. And trust us, for those of us who have been working with Boris and learning with him, it's amazing. So you're not going to get this in one fell swoop or one sitting.
No,
yeah, I agree.
I don't know, man. You guys are getting everything that happened over as it was delivered to me over 20 years because you don't put this together by simple reading documents. There's something else working that's putting this together in a story format for me.
We'll call it the Boris Concise Handbook. How about that?
Yeah. So basically, what it is everybody's got all this information. All right, all the information is out there. But like in Vendetta, It's not the information you need, it's the story that ties it all together. And that's what people are missing. There's a story that goes along with this that you can follow, from God, demand, to declaration, to Northwest Ordinance, to articles, to Northwest Ordinance, to Constitution, down into what the current laws are now. And you can follow that story in those laws as it flows down, and you can see it all happening. And this is how I present it. It's just a story that's going on. And it's amazing when you put it into this format, you realize that some of the things people are looking at, while correct in the way they're looking at it, doesn't fit with the overall narrative because they're looking at it through a skewed point. But if you take those same things that people look like, most of my stuff is just looking at the same information people were presenting through a different view.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And what it is, I found a one-word usufruct, and I found that the whole nation is designed to protect it. And then I went back and just go, okay, what does that word mean? Why is this nation designed to protect that? Well, how does it protect it? Why is it, and how does it protect it? And it protects it through the infant estate. It protects it through the equity assignments, and it protects it through all these mechanisms that people are finding, but they're not linking together. And once you link them together, follow the usufruct, the wavelength, that thought, everything else opens up. And this is how I unlocked it, is I found one word, understood what that word meant, spent years studying it, looking at it, and just put it together and then put the concepts in with everything, and you realize that everything flips around when you do this. And when you realize that it's all just acceptance plus surrender equals delivery. So you've got to accept something, surrender to it in order to get delivered. Accept Christ, surrender to Christ, be delivered from evil. Well, accept the contract, surrender the interest in order to be delivered from underneath the contract. It's the same principles. It's just looking at it through different spectrums. So when I'm looking at stuff, I'm looking at all law, or everything, reuniting back into one source, because the whole thing behind it, you have common law, you have admiralty law, you have equity, you have all these forms, all these hues that I call it, that have been split out from within the prism. Because when you put light through a prism, what do you get? You get colors. Well, if you were able to take another prism and make all the colors go through it, in a recycling, go reverse of it, all those same colors go right back into one light. So all these laws that everybody's all saying, well, you got to have this, and you got to do this, and you got to do that. No, it's never one of them. It's a mixture of them all operating at the same time to give one light, one beam, one light through the darkness. The valley of the shadow of death is a laser beam. It's not a bright path. It's a laser beam. It's a focused beam of light that takes you through those valleys of the shadow of death and get you to where you're going to go. And I've done this with astral projectors, or people who claim, and I go, now what you do is you take the person you want to meet in your astral projection days, you hold them in your heart, and you say that Psalm 23, that prayer, the valley of the shadow of death, and you can't help but being transported to them. And the next day I saw her, she was freaking out. She's like, holy shit, we had a whole conversation with my sister. And then we talked the next day, and most of the conversation, her sister remembered. And her sister lives in New Jersey, and she lives here. And she did it at night. And she's had this experience before, but only with people in other rooms. Like, she was sleeping in one room and having a conversation with someone in another room. And but I told her that, and I go, that's how you do it. So this is the same way. You take all the laws and you compact them back down into the one light it came from, because all law is his law. All law, when you look at it, it's structure, form, function, and substance all equates to God's laws, just in some form. And it's the remnants of that legalism society where we said, hey, the church and its legal system would codify God's laws into punishments for sinners, so they can repent and they could pay the church and blah 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 and all that other crap, right? They just manipulated it, like all good predators. They just manipulate shit. And this is how they've been doing it. So over here, when the founders and all those guys came over, and the Jesuits are behind all this and everything else, they founded America not to be a nation for saints, because there aren't many. You know, you very rarely run into a truly saintly person out there. What it is designed for is sinners.
Was an innocent.
I ain't no innocent. I'm a scoundrel, baby. I'm just a sinning scoundrel. Okay, there ain't no innocence here. There's only one that I'm aware of who died of innocent, who was innocent. He died for our sins.
That's right.
You know? So there's only one. Everybody else has some sort of sin. So the whole system is designed to liquidate sinners, which is idolaters, people making false claims, people claiming to be something they're not. You know, people who want to run away from their debts and duties and obligations and don't do that. But that's what this is. So what we've done is, what happens if you turn it on them? Make them into the sinner. Turn their own philosophies and rules and stuff against them. So that's what I'm saying. The acceptance of anything nukes the collection attempt. Okay, they can't collect on the attempt because the collection on the attempt is for the refusal and dishonor. And acceptance is an immediate honor action. So it nukes the collection attempt. Now, if you take that same acceptance and return it to them for accord and satisfaction, you've nuked that contract, and now you come into another one. Now you assume whatever debt is remaining, even though there isn't any, but you make them prove up their claim that there is. Prove the claim. Prove that my acceptance and return to you did not cancel the first contract and with a novation of me purchasing the debt obligation for $1 every month. And if you can't prove that, then that's called breach of contract by the buyer. And now the seller, you, the one who purchased it, the one who bought it, because he's selling it, you bought it. Now you sold it back to him for proof of claim. He didn't buy it with proof of claim, so he's now the default. He's in default. And under the remedies for a buyer and for a seller's remedy, then you can cancel the contract. You can go back and make claims on anything that was already performed and all kinds of shit. It's UCC 2-703, I believe it is. Make sure. 2-703. So you can withhold delivery, stop delivery by any bailee. You're a bailee, by the way, on your birth certificate. Your quote credit, your unlimited quote credit, your energy has been pledged to an entity in bankruptcy, so it can continue continue commerce. That's called a bailee. They're a bailor. You bail them out of their bankruptcy by giving them credit so they can continue to operate. So you can withhold that delivery. You can resell and recover, or you can recover damages for non-acceptance. So when you do, like in your claims here, where they're coming at you in court cases and stuff like that, if you just accept one upon proof of claim, right? I accept to enter a plea upon your proof of claim. Okay, that's what they're after, is the plea, the guilty plea. They need that. That's your negotiable instrument in any court case, is the guilty plea. So you accept to enter a plea upon their proof of claim, and when they don't do that, everybody's going to go, what? It's trespass, it's fraud, insert negative comment here, they're doing this all illegally and blah, 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 all that shit, right? If you convert that into an understanding that all those trespasses, conversions, frauds, traffic, all that stuff is just the exercise of the right to use, enjoy, and receive the profits from property that belongs to another. which is just a usufruct, as defined in their own corpus juris secundum under estates. It's right in there. I looked it up just the other day in the newest version. It's still there. They put it on entry number 2 now instead of the second sentence on the first entry. So it's entry number 2 that describes usufruct in corpus juris secundum estates. In fact, I'll post it here. I just went down there and got a scan of it the other day. So if you can accept that their frauds, their trespasses, all that other negative stuff, instead of getting you all flustered emotionally trying to go, well, they're assholes, they're this, they're that. No. They just initiated a purchase contract for the usufructory easement, usufructory interest. Okay? So by the refusal to provide proof of claim, and they didn't have a right to do what they're doing, because claim is a right to compel performance. Without the proof of that claim, there can be no right to compel performance, right? Now it's wrong. And when they go into a court, that's force. And force and wrong is the greatest enemy of peace, which is a trespass on the peace, which is actually a blaspheming against the Lord, because he's the Prince of Peace. But it trespassed you, and you're to forgive your trespasses as your trespassers, as your trespass has been forgiven. So what you do is you surrender the usufruct to the one who made the false claim. Now, when that party refuses to accept, now he's liable for the damages of the trespass and everything else, because that's damages for non-acceptance. So you basically just turn this into a purchase agreement. Since they didn't provide you with the consideration, which would have been proof of claim. My proof of claim is always my consideration. For anything they do with me, it's always proof of claim. If you don't have proof of claim, I didn't get considerations. And since I didn't get considerations, we've established that you made claim to property that doesn't belong to you.
Boris, can you expound on that just a little bit? Because this is crucial.
Okay.
Understand when we're asking for them to provide proof
so
of claim.
Like you have like you have a court case, a traffic ticket, right? Simple traffic ticket. Now you can do this many ways. So a traffic ticket, you can actually handle this many ways, but the way we've done it in the past is you accept the traffic ticket, accept to perform on it, except for honor or value. Honor, value, same thing. And return. Okay? That nukes the collection effort right there. But then you also tender a $1 money order along with it. Just pay the debt and then demand proof of claim. Because now you're in control of the contract. Because you've accepted it, put yourself in honor, returned it to cancel out the previous, and novated it with a second one.
So just to be clear, when you're asking, when we're asking somebody to provide proof of claim, we're asking them to provide proof of claim of what interest they purchased in whatever claim.
Yeah, what interest do they have, and how? Yeah, what interest do they have, and how do they peacefully come in possession of it?
Yeah,
now,
that name actually. See, the role of government is to secure your property, and property is what? Rights and interest. And that all caps name, you have an interest in it, the banks have interest in it, Social Security has an interest in it, the government has an interest in it. They have to show their interest. What interest do they have in this?
Right. And what interest, and how does it apply to me, the one using it? Because if you're just making a claim and you're saying, well, you're the servicer, how did I get to be the servicer? I'm just the holder. I never got assignment letting me know. So therefore there must be a hidden equity in there. And well, if you go, and there is such thing as called hidden equities.
As an undisclosed investor, you have certain investor rights too.
Yes. And if you go and look under, what was it, Black's Law 9, I think that's what I used the other day. I had to go to the library to figure it out, the law library down here, because I had scans I had done years ago. I just had no idea where it came from. So all I had was a picture, and I'm like, all right. So I go through their books, and when you go through this equity page and Black's Law, you're going to see something very interesting. Okay. Black's Law 9. Let me pull it up here. I mean, there's like all kinds of equity. Okay, there's something called latent equity and perfect equity. And then there's secret equity. Secret equity is called latent equity. Latent equity is an equitable claim for a right known by the parties for and against whom it exists, or that has been concealed from one who who is interested in the subject matter. So you can have a latent equity in a contract you didn't even know existed. And that's called latent equity. So this is why I do just simple, we accept, return, demand proof of claim. And proof of claim, you can even do proof of claim for a traffic ticket would be to prove the territorial jurisdiction. Because because the contracts, what is it? Acceptance, consideration, performance, right? And what's the other one? What's the other part of a contract, guys? Acceptance, consideration, performance. What's the fourth part?
Meeting of the minds.
That's the result.
The receipt of receiving whatever goods. So if
yes, delivery, willingness to perform.
Delivery. There you go.
So you have to have a willingness to perform. So when you're doing this, your return response should always be acceptance plus a consideration plus performance and the willingness to deliver. And that's what everything is all. That's what. Actually, there should be something else in there. Let me make sure. Mutual assent, offer, accept. Okay, so offer, acceptance, consideration, capacity, that kind of stuff, right? So if they're saying you don't have a capacity to contract when he gave you a ticket, then the ticket would be invalid, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
And
so they can't say you don't have capacity. So they can't say you have capacity, right? And they can't say this is illegal because then they're saying their offer was illegal because a contract must be for a legal purpose.
Yeah.
No, you're not an infant anymore.
Well, I know that, but in their minds, you're the infant, and in their
not when you know.
If you're an infant, then they actually cannot contract on half these contracts that they're throwing at you.
Okay, when they're doing their thing and they're trying to force you into this, there's no infancy there, and they're never going to admit it.
No, they're not going to admit it.
So you treat it like I treat everything like a straight up simple. I'm just dealing with some dude here. This is what we're going to do. I don't get into all that other stuff, and I've done this way because I treat it as minimum contacts. You all know what minimum contacts is?
That's a contract term.
Minimum contacts is the amount of contacts necessary it is to justify someone's position, right? So I dealt with a veterinarian who the other veterinarians in the surrounding counties didn't like his billing practices because he would spay and neuter animals for whatever he got in your pocket. If you had $10, it was $10. If you had $1, it was $1. If it was nothing, he would do it for nothing because it was a public service, right? Spaying and neutering cats is a public service because if not, you're going to be overrun by them damn things. They breed worse than rabbits. They will tear apart a countryside if left unfiltered. Cats are nuisances when left unchecked. Farmers, when they have cats, they'll kill off the kittens because they only need so many to kill rats. Otherwise, they'll just multiply within months after getting born. They're nuisances. They may be cute and cuddly, but they're disgusting parasite-transmitting nuisances. All right, so basically the administrative process went after him. He hired a lawyer because he didn't know better. The lawyer turned around, backstabbed, and turned all those papers over to the agency. The agency found him for 20,000 plus or whatever, and suspended his license. He said, "Fuck you! I'm going to go back and do this." The guy's like 70 years old. It's what he's been doing his whole life. Man, he's awesome. He's an awesome guy. So they came and arrested him for like 50 counts of unlawful practice. So I went through this legislative statutes and I found the scope and intention of the legislature. Well, the minimum context they had to have was they had to provide he was incompetent and a threat. In their own documentation they provided, they flat out said he was not incompetent and not a threat. I used that to get him off his criminal charges. Now, he didn't go back to the administrative agency and get his monies back, which I wish he would have done, but that's another thing. But we attacked the fact the state was suing him or criminal based on what the administrative was. The administrative found him not incompetent, not this. Therefore, the statutes they were using didn't apply, even though he has a license, even though he's, his facility is licensed, everything. But there's always minimum context. It's like when an officer comes to your house on a wellness check to do a child's wellness check, that doesn't grant him the unlimited right to do shit. No. He's still limited within certain constraints. A, there had to be a notice given. B, it has to give the scope, location, and time and what they're looking for. If it doesn't, then his wellness check became unconstitutional. Instead of fighting them with all these concepts y'all are learning, learn what they're bound by to manipulate the rules against them. Because they're bound. They're bound by all these things they can't do. So they're attempting to fabricate a controversy to establish a contract. So you go back and go, okay, what's the minimum context he needed to do this? And we're in the middle of another case now where I think we're going to blow up an entire county over something that they've done. And I don't think this is their first rodeo in doing it. I think this is set up and they're ready to liquidate this guy's business and take all his assets and move it out based on what they did. And I think we pretty much busted them. And I don't think they accounted for this because the attorney wasn't ready for the evidentiary hearing. She was humming and hawing all the way through it. She didn't have anything to justify the actions. And when they left, he heard her screaming. The attorney was screaming in the court after he left. I mean, screaming. She was pissed because we called her. Now all we do is go back to minimum context. What's the minimum amount of context you have to have with me to justify what you have done? If you don't have that, then what you did now is called trespass and piracy and all those negative words, which means now you just purchased a usufruct and you're going to fight that, which means now you're repudiating it, which means now you're in breach of the whole of the contract, and now I have the right to sue you for the trespass. So I basically have laundered my equitable claim into a legal interest that creates an equitable claim in return that can be legally seen. Because the public can't see equity. They're inequitable. But you have to have the offer and acceptance, which is whenever they come up and they put on their lights, that's an offer. They put on their lights. You can start inquiring about that. Well, what's the emergency and where's the breach of peace? If there's not an emergency or a breach of peace, that officer just bought a usufruct on behalf of the party he's working for. And they want it because they're continuing with the ticket. So the suit is actually a suit to receive the usufructory interest. And what they're going to do is they're going to fight it, which means they're now in breach. But you have to have offer and acceptance. So the offer comes out and you accept it. And if you do it through the post office, then the postal rule applies, which means that the moment you put your acceptance and return into the mail, that creates the binding contract right then and there. Not when they receive it, but when it is mailed or emailed, by the way. So mutuality of obligation is both parties must be intended to be legally bound. Well, they intended to be legally bound by making the offer or they wouldn't have done it. and you're going to legally bind it into the new contract through novation. And then the consideration is whatever you exchange in return. We use a $1 money order in some of these things. That's all you need, $1 money order. Show you did it. So you've got legality, capacity, consideration, mutuality, offer, and acceptance via the postal rule. There's no escaping this form.
Now that
you just have to
money
understand
order,
that it's all contract. Yeah.
it definitely has something to that, because one thing I noticed that a lot of these companies are now putting in their contracts, because back in the day, people would send them a $1 money order, and on the memo line they would put paid in full. So
I don't
now
do that.
now they put in their contract that does not mean paid in full. If you do
That's
that,
right.
it doesn't mean paid in full.
Yeah, it really doesn't mean paid in full, but what it does do, it still binds them to the contract.
Right, because they accepted it.
Yeah, because they can't reject it, because once they reject it, the discharge amount, because then you're discharged for $1. So you just go to the next month and discharge it $1 by $1 every month. But when you give the consideration, demand proof of claim, and they don't return, the next month you accept their refusal and still give them another $1 and give them a chance to reconsider. Otherwise, that they've accepted that the original contract is terminated, the payments for this one were up to date, and then I'm not in breach, and we have a binding agreement. And if they can't prove that, then now on the third one, you just cancel the contract. And that stands up as a defense in any court. And the guy who taught me this used it on a building he was leasing from some attorneys, and he did this on them. I mean, it was an old building. They were getting ready to condemn it, shit like that anyway. But he turned around and gave him $10 for the bill to restructure the agreement, and the attorneys never answered. So he went through his process to 3 months. Well, the attorneys ended up suing him. The judge said, "No, this is a valid contract, and you're in breach," and he awarded him the building for $10 off a lease agreement. He didn't buy it; he was leasing it, but he turned it into a purchase contract just by simply renegotiating the terms. And he taught me it was on a
contracts. You can do that, and you can renegotiate at any time.
You can renegotiate. Yeah, you're only as good as your last contract. So if these guys keep coming at you, all you do is keep accepting and returning. That's all I did in my court case. I just didn't know how to finish it. Well, when I was facing 10 years, I did this. I did the commercial redemption on the front end, and I just didn't go into court for that. So they went ahead and issued a warrant and came out and arrested me like 8 months later or something like that. Anyway, the contract I had developed in the commercial redemption side was making it impossible for them to continue on their side, because all offers were accepted upon proof of claim, and they never provided a proof of claim. And the penalty for that was anybody who continues this has to put up, I think I used 2 or 3 times the amount of the bond, which was $50,000 at the time. So it's about $150,000 they would have to put up to continue. And that basically stopped them. But then I didn't know what to do to continue to cancel it out. I just didn't have enough knowledge at the time. And they ended up going to incompetency, which helped me out in a federal case later, because the IRS had to remove the incompetency, which opened up the door for me to claim securities on the backside.
Nice.
So I don't think they knew that was going to happen, but that's what happened.
So you say when you had a warrant, you just basically accepted the warrant and then?
No, when they had the warrant, I knew about the warrant, but I thought the matter was done with because of the initial contract. So I just treated it as it's done and over. But they didn't see it that way. And it was about in the middle of the second time around with them where I had been arrested. I got out on a signature bond from my stepdad's friend who was a bail bondsman. And he uses all the time for his employees, because he has a mail room and he's always bailing his employees out. Right? And he has telemarketer room. So
that way you'll go to sleep at a decent time tonight.
And so I got out on that. I was out on that bond, but I was still doing this, and I was still relying on the contract, and they couldn't overcome it. In fact, I was in a room with like 3 state attorneys, 2 or 3 observers, and then a shrink. And he had this stack of papers I did, and he pulled out one piece of paper, which was my contract. And he goes, "Do you want to explain this?" And I looked at it. And the only thing I can think of, is your name on it? He's like, "No." I go, "Does it concern you?" He's like, "No." I go, "Do you want it to?" And he put it right back in the pile. And the only thing they ever got from that whole thing was that we had a discussion on drugs. And I said, "Yeah, all your drugs are made from petroleum, so I ain't going to take them. They're going to cause me more harm than good. And your drugs are made from petrochemical bullshit." And I go, "You ain't putting that fucking crap in my body." And that was the only thing they used out of 3 hours of talking to them. That was the one statement. That's all they could use in that courtroom the next time. And that's when we did. And that was when we unveiled the 4 corners, which is, for the record, I'm here for this matter because there's a mistake. Where's the proper notice? So I may handle this matter honorably. That's how we come into cases. And that was the first time, my case was the first time we ever used that. And I don't know what it was to this day, but as soon as I used that, the prosecutor said, he handed 2 pieces of paper back to the judge and said, I guess I should give these back then. And I still, to this day, do not know what it was, but I don't think it was beneficial for Boris. And we had 3 hearings in 3 weeks, which is really unusual. And that's when the agent came out, and that's when I told him I was on the usufruct thing, and he asked me if I was talking to anybody about it. And that's before the internet opened its doors with all the information about it, because we had no information on usufruct except for a definition, the law, the Book of Gaius, which is the Roman law, Justinian, and a letter from Jefferson to Madison with the word in it. And we had no other information. Then one day, all the floodgates opened, and all the information y'all could find about usufruct now came through. So that's when we knew we hit on something huge.
Boris, and on that subject of usufruct, we know that we're constantly being made offers. And if we have now accepted the state as usufruct, and an offer comes in the mail for whether it's a let's say a credit card debt, bad credit card debt or something like that, by virtue of us accepting that and paying the consideration of a $1 money order, are we not then repurchasing our usufruct of that name?
No, when you're done with the usufruct and the surrender of it and everything else, then all other matters, you notice that you act like a registered agent in that. You send it off to the party with the liability. If they're not going to perform, then what happens is you're being compelled to be surety while they're repudiating what you've done. Perfect. And this is why you bring it into court to do the surrender in court, because usufruct really only takes full effect if it's done in a court setting. So you have to kind of get it surrendered in court, which is why they kicked me out when I did my depositional affidavit, because of what I was about to do. They already knew what I was there to do. It was 2 sentences. How could they not know? It was 2 sentences perfectly clear exactly what my intent was. And when I got there and I did the 4 corners and, the for the record stuff, and all the attorneys in the room got up in the bar, except for the public defender, who just couldn't stop flipping through the pages of this thing, which is it had an authentication of the notary on it. That's all it had, and it was filed into a public record. And it was just the document, a copy of the document that I got back from them when filing the record. That's all I gave them. It wasn't a certified copy. It was one that had the little sticker on it that showed their book and record and stuff. And I just gave her a copy. She couldn't put that thing down. She was just reading through it and flipping through it like it was like she couldn't even get her eyes off of it. It was amazing. But what's more amazing is all the attorneys that were in the bar got up at the same time and went to the judge and made a wall around the judge to prevent me from speaking with her. And when I asked to swear in all the witnesses, the bailiff came over and stopped me from entering through the bar to the little gate and then walked me out the room backwards. I took a step back, he'd take a step forward type stuff. And as the door of the court just got to about the point to closing, she said, tell him he's excused. And what it does is when you have this into the record and you bring it in and you do it beforehand, you do it like you got to give them time. So don't do it at the last moment. And I know everybody likes to spring stuff on people. When you're doing this, don't do it at the last moment. Give them a week to look at it. Make them really think about it. Give them a week or two. I think I did mine about a month before, or like about 2 weeks before the case or something. I had it on the record already. And I was like, let's just throw this in here and see what happens. And that's what happened. And we've heard of people just mentioning the word in court and it shuts down the case. That was back in the day. Now they're going to be a little bit more in tune to it because they adapt, just like the board do. They adapt to everything you do. So we have to overcome. So now I just said, fuck it. We're going to make a purchase contract out of it. You're going to give me a claim. You're going to do something like arrest me. I'm going to ask you for your proof of claim. You're going to tell me to get bent and not answer me. I'm going to accept your refusal and say, well, you just bought a usufructuary interest because you didn't have any claim, but we're here at court. Therefore, you're enforced plus wrong, which makes you a breach of the peace as conservator of the peace. Because there are conservators of the peace. Police and judges are all conservators of the peace. So when they're in breach of the peace, well, that means they just agreed to they agreed to use property that doesn't belong to them for profit, which is the peace. Which means they just trespassed the Lord, but they caused my possession of the peace an injury, which is a trespass, which I forgive by giving them the usufruct. And the reversion goes to the state because if the usufructuary doesn't perform, then the state has every right to come down there and smack them around. Because now it has a right to ensure that its inheritance isn't being put to waste. Its rights in reversion. So the Lord can take vengeance out upon the one who trespassed against one of the Lord's children, one of the Lord's people.
Pardon my ignorance. What's the reversion? When you say reversion, revert it?
Okay, because usufruct itself contains a natural 99-year life cycle. It's not perpetual. Then it reverts back to the estate from which it came. So what we do is we switch the reversion, that interest, instead of it coming back to me, it goes to the U.S. who created the person I'm using. So it gets all the benefits of the monetary proceeds and all that from the contract go to the state because that's where it belongs. All money should go back to the state. The money should just go out, do its thing, go back. It shouldn't be out here running around in public. Then it becomes an interest. Then it becomes debt, which is a demon always looking for dry land, which means one of the people is going to land on, and that's when it causes all the problems. So the reversion is just what comes back. So the usufructuary interest you want to go out, but you want the reversion to end up in a third party. So when you release your interest, your naked ownership over the same property or disposal, then it ends up in a third party. Once the usufruct and the reversion of an estate or the naked ownership and usufruct merge in a third party, all the debt disappears. It's called extinguishment and merger. But the wealth remains. So you give it over and let them have it, but upon condition that any property and proceeds received be used to reduce the public debt, secure innocent passage for your person and property while you're disposing of it, and care for the widows, the orphans, and the poor, because that's the nature of a charity. And if you don't shed the reversion, they can't come back as a taxable event upon that estate. Because a reversion in the tax code, it doesn't matter how remote or impossible it is, the mere possibility of it being there creates it. And you live in a universe full of infinite possibilities, so there is at least one possibility out there of reversion just created.
Wow.
Yeah.
Forgive me, I'm going to go back. So now, Boris, if we've done the surrender and delivery, we've accepted the state as usufruct, and now there is a public record of that, and a presentment comes to.
Now, did you send a public record to the Secretary of State to give them notice of it?
No, and that's my next step.
That's the next step. You have to, because I've been in touch with a woman. She takes care of a couple of kind of invalid people, so she's not really available for discussions right now. But we've talked to her a few times, and she's done everything I've told her, everything I've told people to do. The public organic record, send it up to the Secretary of States, send it over to the AGs, just because that's what she did. But up to the Treasury, TWEA director, or the director of OFAC based in Treasury, and over to Transportation. She was on an indefinite probation, which means she had no idea when it was going to end. 2 months, like she did this back in May of this year. Like June, I think, end of June, beginning of June, something like that. She got a weird, she went into calling to probation and got treated weirdly, like, oh yeah, we'll just call you back or something like that. Like never happened. So she got really worried about that if she doesn't show up, something was going to happen. So she goes down at the prescribed time to go talk to the Well, they handed her a manila envelope with a barcode on it. She opens it up. It's a termination of her probation, complete termination. She had applied for SNAP benefits in the past and never ever got full benefits. They always withheld stuff. This time, when she got it back, she got full benefits plus all the emergency funds, which translates to around $1,000 or so a month. And she also filed for, disability, because she had broken her back and she'd been shot in the head a couple times. And she'd been shot in the head and still did all this. So I'm like, wow. I was like, wow, what's everybody else's problem?
God bless.
But she went back. But anyway, she was refused about like a year ago or something like that. But then that same week period that she got the termination, she got another manila envelope in the mail with another barcode on it, and it was Social Security who had signed a caseworker to her, and she was filling out stuff regarding her health and what was wrong with her. So I think she's going to end up getting full benefits at that point. And what this does, it puts you in the position of entitlement holder, not executor, not anything else. You're not an executor. You're not this. You're the entitlement holder. The entitlement holder is like the director of the securities. You get to retire them. Your orders will retire or invest securities depending on how you do it. And that's really what you want to become. And if you haven't endorsed the security over either in blank or to the holder, to the intermediary, then you will be treated as holding the security asset itself, even if you're not holding it. Which means you'll be held liable for servicing all debts and obligations that get made against that security asset.
Because we have that adverse, at all times have that adverse claim, the equitable
right,
claim.
And the equitable claim that you have creates an equitable reversion within the scheme of things. But to get rid of the reversion, you shed the usufruct over that interest, that equity interest, and under the equitable assignment rules, then what you've done is you've given them a legal interest in your equity. And now they can service the interest. Because in order to make an equitable assignment legal, you can only assign the benefit. That's all right. That's awesome. But it has to be absolute, which is why the reversion is shed. It must be wholly, the rights assigned must be wholly ascertainable, usufruct, and must not relate to part only of a debt. And a usufruct is both the right to profit from the property, but also a debt obligation and duty to service, to repair it, keep it in repair, pay all taxes, settle all claims that come up against it, or else it's a breach of that of the contract, breach of trust, breach of contract. And it must be in writing, signed by the assigner of the interest. This is why we do it in a public record. And it must be received by the other parties, which is why we send out certified copies. If it's not received by the other parties, then it's only an equitable assignment because they don't give proper notice. And now the usufructuary only has two options when going into court: protection of the usufruct itself or execution of it, enforcement. And you as naked owner have the right as a equity trustee in equity, basically what it is, to force the usufructuary to perform before it receives its benefits. And if it doesn't receive its benefits, then it reverts. And the reversion always goes to the United States. So now under Rule 19, the United States must be brought in to protect its interest because the other party is not doing its interest. And the reversioner has every right to maintain a suit an action in suit in equity or at law to protect that estate from waste and abuse. So now you're protecting the rights of the United States when you do this.
That was the most powerful 5 minutes I've heard in eons. Beautiful.
Yeah.
But I understood not one word. No.
That's right. That's why it's repeated so much. Yeah, that's why I sound like a broken record at times, because it's just repeating the same things over and over again to people. And every action is every single claim, every single thing coming at you operates exactly the same. It's all 100% contract. Everything. Now, in some instances, you're going to have harder times with this because of the leverage they possess, like with utilities and other such. I don't recommend you doing this on utilities because they'll just turn it off because that's the leverage. You don't live in a perfect world. You don't live in a perfect world where everybody gets and understands this. You got people out there who are running under their own assumptions and presumptions and don't care what you say. So it's best if you just keep what you're doing here on understanding it. And like I said, with the money order, with what our buddy did with the bill, he just wrote accepted for value on it, underlined it, money order, flipped it over, signed, put by, signature, and put his state ID number, his driver's license number, and got a check back for it. So I tell everybody, just go do that with your bills and see what happens. Because he did it to a random doctor's office. We didn't know. Who knows that they know? But they gave him a $36 check back.
Say that one more time.
All right. So he went down, my buddy, went down to a doctor's office to get some work done. Forget what it was. I didn't really go into it. But he wrote on the bill that he got back, accepted for value, underlined it, wrote underneath that, money order. Flipped it over. On the back side, put by, signed it. Right underneath that, put state ID number and put his driver's license number.
Yeah, he endorsed the bond.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Do the same
and
thing.
What he did is what it is since he has a state ID number showing it, what happened? Agency, right? Doesn't the agency have to take care of the agent when a debt is incurred by the agency when he's working for it? Isn't that the whole premise behind agency?
Right, and it can't ask him to pay in a certain way because everything's functioning under the emergency banking of 1933.
Right. But I mean, isn't that the essence of the agency stuff? That when an agent incurs a debt while operating his agency, the one who owns that agency has to pay for it?
Did he endorse it, pay to the order of? I'm sorry.
No, he didn't endorse it, pay to the order of.
Would you put the word agent next to the signature?
I don't think he did. He just signed a driver's license, shows their agency.
Well, if you're putting by and then a name, by means agent for anyway.
Yeah. But underneath it, when you put the state ID number and you put down the driver's license number, what does that already show? An agency relationship exists.
Now let me ask you.
On my driver's license ID, That was the only thing they did let that I was able to get on there, because if I was trying to use the UCC 308 or whatever at the end of my signature, they wouldn't let me do it. They wouldn't even let me get the ID at all. But I did. I was blessed enough to put by semicolon in my my name. I haven't had exercised that to my benefit, but just listening to that now, it does put me in a agent position by default, I guess. Or not.
I was just looking at a court docket, and on the docket it was saying that the bill cannot be shown online, right? So you have to call the clerk to get the bill. So I'm waiting for the bill now, and I have power of attorney over the one who's sitting behind bars, and I think I'm going to do the same thing, because all of these cases, these court cases, they're a taxable offense. And I was reading several books about bonds and stuff, and they say that, let's say you're in prison and you got 30 years or something, that if you don't pay the debt, they are never going to release you.
That's why you surrender your adverse claim.
Your adverse claim to what? Your birth certificate?
Yeah. Oh, not to the birth certificate, to the value you generate by using the birth certificate. That's your adverse claim.
Okay, so you would
just release your adverse claim and usufruct to the party who made the claim,
okay,
and then surrender the reversion back to the Treasury. Mm-hmm. And since the transportation is the one holding the bonds, you send it to that guy and to the Trading with the Enemy Act dude. And then you go in and make a motion or whatever to discharge. And when that fails, you take that refusal, put it back up to the Trading with the Enemy Act guy, and let him know this guy this court down here is keeping me obligated to something that was already supposed to be all the obligations have been taken care of by your statute. So you need to go down there and fix that.
Do you have the steps that should be taken in writing?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think I have them somewhere around here.
I would like to get a copy and try it, because I know it's going to be over the case itself. The charge is $2 million. Yeah. But I saw for the state of Florida, it's $2 million and a $10,000 fine, right? And so I would like to try your steps and see if it works.
I mean, you can actually. I mean, we've done this. I mean, we actually still have another thing here, the judicial right of set-off, where you come in and just tender the money order. I mean, tender the birth certificate to them and release your equitable interest in that event to apply for considerations currently received.
So if you can give me the steps to that instead, right? I will do it, and then I'll give you guys word as to how the
yeah, because I know we did this in Mark's case there. Remember that one, the equitable right of set off there, Mark? Where you were in the hallway dicking around with the public defender? I know he was on here earlier.
Yeah, I just know for a fact that when I saw this court, I have how when they give you notice to go to court? On the notice, it says it right there. If you plead, be prepared to pay. So I'm saying, oh, crap.
So what you can, okay, so what you can do, okay, every court case, every one of these criminal cases, what are they after?
They're after the money.
No, what are they really after? The money is just in the background. Y'all are looking at the wrong thing. Okay. What are they really after?
The bond.
No. What are they really after? What are they trying to get inside the courtroom? What are they trying to get from you?
Jurisdiction over the name?
A plea of guilty. Either they're going to get it voluntarily or they're going to extract it from you in the trial process, right?
Yeah, that opens up.
That's what they're really after. Okay. Mark, now if Mark was on here, he would tell you this story. Mark actually used his plea of guilty as a negotiable instrument to stop a court case.
Okay.
Because you're not getting considerations for it. The present considerations they're offering you is basically to be bent over and raped rape with a sandpaper condom, right? That's what they're really after.
Okay.
Okay, that's what they're offering you, but that's not a consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So what considerations are you receiving in exchange for your plea?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So if you're going to, since the public defender doesn't defend you, he wants to turn you over to him. We know that based on another court case we had where the public defender was like, he claimed himself to be a sovereign citizen. I was like, really? I go, you're not on my side then. That means he's working for the state. All of them are working for the state to secure the same thing.
Okay.
So if you understand that, then you can go to your public defender and go, so what am I getting in consideration for my plea?
Okay.
And if he says nothing, well, that's not acceptable. How about this? I'll give you the plea of guilty and this matter settled right here, right now.
But then that stays on your record, right?
No, then you go, okay, you do the plea of guilty with adjudication and no record.
Okay. Okay.
You create your contract. What he did, he was in mental health. He was in mental health, drugged up, and doing this shit. So we figured out that the plea itself is the negotiable instrument they're after. Now, if they offer you a plea deal and it's not signed by the prosecutor, is it an offer?
No.
No. So he's supposed to sign off on the plea deal, and then you can go through and mark off whatever you don't like about it, provided you don't alter the fundamental deal itself. And we had a woman who was in jail in Colorado who taught us this. Okay. She was in jail. They offered her a plea deal. She got it back and said, hey, a signature ain't on it. Go get a signature. So the prosecutor signed it and brought it back. She went through and crossed out everywhere where it said jail time. She put 0 days. Crossed it out. Said 0 days. So every time there was money, she put $0. Put her initials, signed it, and they kicked her out that night.
Wow.
I have another guy who was down. I have another one down here in Palm Harbor, or not Palm, but Palm Beach. Okay. And he was being tried. He was a supplement dealer, and he was being tried for practicing medicine without a license based upon an anonymous tip by another buddy's sister. Okay. And he was screwed up. His sister is the most untrustworthy woman on earth. All right. And yet they were putting all their faith in him. He would call down there every second or third week and just go off and saying, you're following a witness who blah, 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 and we win everything. You know, we still, there's lots of things. But in the end, I had to go, I was doing this, and I'm not only dealing with him trying to appease the attorney in the court, but I'm dealing with the attorney they brought on who was fighting against it. And the judge was trying to get rid of everything we put on the record. We appealed the attorney being put on. They put everything back on the record, then trying to accuse me of, or almost got to the point of accusing me with practicing law without a license. So anyway, in the end, we went through all this shit, and in the end, they tried to do a PTI agreement on it, pretrial intervention stuff. So, and during the court hearing, I thought this was hilarious. He asked if can I go outside and make a phone call, and then the prosecutor goes, yeah, go ahead. So he calls me up, and I go, all right, what's the deal? He goes, PTI. I go, well, did she sign it? He's like, your happy ass back down in there and demand she sign it. So he goes back in there, she actually signs it, and I go, and he let them out with the paper in hand to come call me again. And I'm like, wow, they let you call me twice? He's like, yeah. I go, okay. So now I told him, go through that thing and just mark off everything you don't like, and put zeros behind all the days and all the numbers. And he did that, and he gave it back to him. And his attorney took it from the public defender and ripped it up, and then said, go downstairs and we're going to do this down there. So he goes downstairs, and they redo it all down there, and he gives it over to the counter. And the counter guy, the little probation guy, comes back, he throws it right back to the attorney. He goes, this is not good. He's like, why? Because we switched all the processes 6 months ago, saying that this had to be done in front of the judge. This down here is no good. And that attorney put his hands in his head and said, this is a clusterfuck. Because when he did it open court and handed it over to the prosecutor, the judge terminated the bond, discharged him from any further obligations, and it was over. So when the
What
attorney,
about if somebody pled for you not guilty?
you would go in and enter a written plea of guilty. You would tender a written plea of guilty and exercise the right of subrogation.
Okay.
And you do that.
That's
I think
what
Lex has a document on that one. That's what he did that's what they did in one of their traffic ticket matters.
Well, this is
And
more than a traffic ticket.
I know, but
Remember,
you can do it in any matter that requires a guilty plea or a not guilty or a plea. But what he did is he sent it to the clerk, and then they called down there about something, and the judge on the matter actually told the clerk to forward it to the administrative court up in New York,
right?
Wherever that was, and they haven't heard anything from it since. And this was years ago.
Yeah, and I know that the courts they do require that the matter be settled. You know, they don't want to tell you the financial matter. They just say the matter be settled.
Right. And here's the deal. When you do the acceptance and you hand over the interest to them and you perform, there is no bond they can sell on the market in the background.
Okay.
The bond is always a liquidation of a dishonor, a refusal, or that kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is no bond in the background on someone who settles up and surrenders their interest out.
Okay, so if you could give me the instructions to that, I mean, I would love both, but you already know that for the one that I have, it's got to be settled because you're talking $2 million plus $10,000 fine. But you know, the new way.
And what they want to do is they want you to go not guilty to establish the controversy, because the controversy establishes the belligerency. The belligerency establishes the right under the 14th Amendment to sell the resulting contract back to the Treasury for the pensions and bounty.
They get 75%,
and that's really what they're doing.
They're getting a 75% guaranteed payout because they have insurance.
Right, but that's only on belligerents. Now, when you do the surrender to them and they refuse, who's the belligerent?
They are.
That's right.
It's the same thing.
Now all their debts and now the debts and obligations they're trying to collect are null and void, because now they're doing so in adversity to a United States interest they were given to deliver.
Right.
So when you get a lawyer, the lawyer automatically makes you adverse.
Yes,
exactly.
His job is to keep you in controversy to establish the right of pension and bounty. And that's what they're doing. That's why I say they. What's that?
That's why I need the instructions, because I know what they're doing, but I just, you know what it is the new laws that they're using. Well, they're not laws. They're actually policy and procedures. But what you're doing is, say they do something wrong. This one federal judge told this guy, well, not a guy, lady. She was battling the government and she lost, right away. And she was upset and she tells the judge, I don't know why you've done this to me. What have I done wrong with my case? He gave her the answer. He goes, you don't battle in a court using codes and statutes. You have to battle a company. If you wanted to win, you had to use their policy and procedures that they're violating.
That's right.
You got to flip it on them. Like, they don't use codes and statutes.
That's why minimum contacts. You have to know what they have to have in order to do what they're doing. If you can't determine that, you'll never stop whatever they're doing.
Right.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do really with what everybody's learning right now. It has to do with how did they get to the point they can do what they're doing.
Well,
and then after that, because everything else is dealing with the after effects of everything behind it.
If you go to court, right, and you listen to what the court is saying, okay, you notice they never talk laws in court ever, but they do talk policy and procedures. Why?
Yes.
Because they have to follow those policies. And you're thinking, wow, they haven't, do you think that when you go to court, they're saying you're a murderer or you did a self-defense or anything? They don't say that. They're talking money, because all courts are banks. So when they do stuff that is
They're
not
talking.
even
They're
start.
talking liquidation of an account in default.
Right. They're not talking about a crime, the crime itself. They talk about, and what they're doing is Chinese to you, because they are talking based on their policy and procedures. And, you know, that's why I told you guys one time that the Attorney General had told me, you need to file your birth certificate matter privately, because you are not only entitled, you see, he used the word entitled. He said, he used the word entitled. He
I
goes,
know, because you're entitled to discharge of the matter because it's a receipt for indemnification.
yeah. And then he said, but you are also entitled to benefits that not even I can give you. And I was thinking, so when the new law is, since COVID came out, right? What they're doing is they're not letting you go to court. They assign some you, and they're doing all the talking on your behalf, all of it. Because I just saw, I was looking over the docket to do a habeas corpus. And do you think I can go after them based on the codes and statutes? No way. You have to go after them based on the policy and procedures they violated, like holding, they held court 4 times, right? And they're saying you're charged with this, but they never really formally charge you. Like, I looked on the docket, I see 4 different dates spread out over a year for an adjudication.
Okay, and what I'm trying to tell everybody is, fuck all that crap.
Okay.
Fuck it all, and put your stuff into the public record. How you want your little account to be administrated. I use one word because it defines everything. It's just easier for me. You can put a 3,000-page document of how you want your person to operate inside inside the public record, and the attorneys who administrate it would be bound to all 3,000 pages.
Okay.
Okay. If they have to look at if I have to defend looking at their policies and procedures,
right,
then the opposite and equal effect is now you have to abide by my policy and procedures as well.
Okay.
You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
because right now the default status is what? You're just a pledgee on a national debt. You can't question the debt. That's the standard default. That's the default status of it, because that's how they're protecting the public trust from heathens.
Yeah, and
because
how do
that's
they
their
get
duty.
away with it? They get away because their policies and procedures are set in stone. They can go into a court and do whatever, and no one's going to question them because they have their policies and procedures on public record. And you're just like the fall guy that gets trapped into that policy.
Well, you just get presumed as surety as someone there, but you're being brought in for a trespass upon a property right.
Right.
On every one of those cases, they're just not going to tell you what the property right, but it's actually a trespass against a property right, which is bonded by a statute, which they then convert into a monetary issue.
Okay.
But the reality, it's all trespass. Trespass is a.
Are you satisfying the bond?
No, because there's no when you do this in honor, there is no bond in the background.
Okay. Okay.
Because the bonds and stuff are liquidated to cover a pension for putting down a belligerency. Your acceptance, return, and everything else is no longer an act of belligerency.
Okay.
Their refusal of it would be an act of belligerency.
Okay.
Because they have a duty to the government, to the U.S., that when some property when it gets delivered to them for the U.S., they have to deliver it to the U.S. or it's called embezzlement.
Okay.
Because now they're converting a property interest that was supposed to be to the U.S. for their own pension and bounty contracts. So when you're done, the acceptances and the usufruct and all that surrender means that the United States now is the real injured party when these guys get in the way.
Okay. Okay.
Because now the United States paid for the person. It expected to receive an interest. It set up the account, bonded the account, and uses it for leverage to acquire interest through that person that you're using.
Right.
So therefore all those monetary instruments need to go back to them for retirement, which is why all interest and reversion are hereby assigned to the United States upon condition any securities received be retired and never reissue, and any proceeds be used to reduce the public debt, secure innocent passage for the person and property, secure the person and property for innocent passage. And under the law of nations, innocent passage just means your debts will be paid. That you won't leave debts on the countryside as you're traveling through it. That's what innocent passage is.
Well, I'll wait for you to send me like the if the guy can get with me and give me the instructions. I understand everything you're saying. So I just need to know, who do I send what to where? I had this guy settle all his payments, right? And so the guy was like, he was in jail for like a year, and they needed his signature is what they said. But, the attorney told him, he said, why did you keep me in here when I settled everything? And he said, I don't know. I guess the judge needed a pound of flesh. That's what he told him.
Well, he must not have settled everything then.
Yeah, there must be something missing.
There's something missing because they shouldn't touch you after you do the use. Once you surrender that interest, they shouldn't touch because they have to settle all claims and pay all taxes. And it's also that person, you didn't register and record it. So the reality is you're adopting it. So you're completing an adoption of the person.
Who do you register and record it with, though?
Oh, you record it in the county.
Wait a minute, you're going to record it in the county that...
You record the public organic document into the county, public organic record. Not only that, you can actually do this with a court case. You know that, right?
No,
because a court case itself is a trust. So the case number would be the title of the trust.
Okay.
Right? So you can take that trust and you can surrender the usufructuary interest in that out too, because that's your trust. You're just going to accept it. And upon your plea of guilty, this is what's going to happen. Upon my plea of guilty, the reversion, the usufructuary is going to go to the state. The interest and reversion is going to go to the United States, and I'm going to get the naked ownership of my freedom of the resulting piece. And now they can come in and they're going to fight the shit out of that.
Okay.
Because what it is a breach of sale because they didn't provide. Now you do this with proof of claim, stuff like that in the background. So you can establish why they've got the usufruct because they made claim to property that doesn't belong to them through that case.
Yeah,
so now since they've made claim to property that doesn't belong to them by not answering the proof of claim, now you transferred it to them to settle the matter. Now what they're doing is they're trying to keep the controversy open, but they have no right to bring claim because they're bankrupt.
Right. So,
and now you've given them all the value to remove them out of bankruptcy, which means now guess what? They have to pay the taxes on all those bonds they thought they were going to get. They now have to pay the taxes on them because those bonds came from the Treasury, which everything's going for, but they intended to profit. Therefore, equity says, okay, well, you intended to profit, so you intended to pay the tax too.
Exactly. If you can get with me when you're done with your meeting and tell me, if you and the guy can get with me, Mark, and tell me.
Oh, I have all the documents. We got what we did. I wrote that document for him. I have it.
Okay. Oh, well, if I can get a copy, I will do the same thing. And I have, you're saying like the case number, right? I have the case number. I have power of attorney over her right now.
I don't care. Power of attorney is irrelevant. Case number is where it's at because now the beneficiary becomes the entitlement holder within the case.
But my question, she cannot talk to nobody. She's in solitary confinement. So do I do this for her?
Yeah, you can do that for her. The way we do the judicial notice of set off is we come in as the authorized representative for the represented person.
Okay.
So we allow them to represent the person, and then we come in as the authorized representative that assumes all debt and duty obligations as surety, but tenders the birth certificate as indemnification.
Okay.
And that's how that one worked. Now, if he was actually in the courtroom when it happened, he would have seen what occurred. His buddy was in there, and his buddy said that the prosecutor and the case file both were not present in the courtroom that day. But he was out in the hallway. with the public defender, making the public defender go all the way down the whole length of the hallway to the courtroom because he wasn't going. It was just playing games, but he would have been able to get rid of it at that point because the case file disappeared, and the prosecutor disappeared, failed to show up.
Yeah, they tried to tell the attorney. The attorney was saying like they were demanding the discovery. It's been a year and they haven't, turned it in. The prosecutor actually told the attorney that he threw her case to the back of a file cabinet. So I was telling her, you know what? The only way I'm going to be able to help you is not with a trial. I mean, there's a controversy.
That's why you don't deal with them when they're playing games. You hand it up to transportation and TWEA, and then you get them to continue in their games to say that, this doesn't apply to Florida law. It's like, so U.S. law doesn't apply to Florida law? Okay, well, we'll see about that. And throw it back up to those guys who have a duty to take care of it. Okay. Because here's the deal. Under the Trading with the Enemy Act, a U.S. citizen is not supposed to be treated as an enemy. But they are when they do their conscription.
Okay.
Right, when they do their thing. So they're actually in violation of the Trading with the Enemy Act by treating that person as an enemy and holding you liable for it.
Yeah. Right now, like I said, she's in solitary. But ever since COVID, the inmates, they don't get to go to court. What they do is now they go down. I don't even think they really do this either. I'm sure the attorney's not really going down and getting, they say you wear a badge or something. They go and pick up your badge and take you to court, like through the badge. And I know because I've been to so many Zoom proceedings and she's never there, and I saw them. It's recently, just not a year later, they filed this plea of not guilty, even though there's no discovery put on the docket yet. I've seen like 4 arraignments. I'm thinking they must be wanting I'm saying it to myself. They must be wanting the payment. That's why they keep dicking around with us,
but the payment, right. And they're not, the guilty plea is your negotiable instrument in that courtroom. And everybody wants to withhold it. Everybody wants to stop, not do this. And y'all aren't understanding. The more you resist, the worse it gets.
Yes, they'll keep you in there forever. I'm telling you.
These guys don't care. They're just out there servicing obligations that that they have no record of anything else for. And once you bring in another record, because you can't say it yourself, because pro se means you're acting as an attorney, and an attorney's statements aren't fact. They can't produce their own evidence.
Right.
So when you're in their pro se, you kind of have to you have to twist their words against them. Remember, if everything can and will be used, if everything you say and do can and will be used against you in a court of law, then everything they say and do can also be used against them in a court of law.
Yeah, and right now the case is just in limbo again. So I know there's something wrong.
And they do the not guilty plea to justify the holding.
Oh,
that's
really?
What they're really doing because it's because you're in a martial law. And inside the courtroom, it's not really rules of procedure and everything else. It's martial law.
Okay.
It's military procedure, and you're being seen as a belligerent. And under the war powers, once the declaration of belligerency occurs, you lose all property rights. War powers is fucking nasty. War powers is the ugliest form of law system on the fucking planet.
And I don't understand.
And it's disgusting.
Why do you think they're doing that against the American people?
Because it's all bankruptcy bullshit, and they don't want to give over what King George promised us.
Okay. Now,
remember, King George promised to give over the freedom of the people and everything, right? But they didn't really do that. They put it into a Crown holding company.
Mm-hmm.
They put all those things in there. They've been running ever since. So it's basically a Crown holding company running everything, and we're supposed to have our freedom, which is what's being transferred to us via what's going on and see around Trump and everything else. They're completing that transfer to the people now, and what you have are a bunch of fucking assholes who don't want to give it up.
Right.
And that's why they're going after Trump, and that's why they're going after the people, and that's why they're doing everything else. They don't want to give it up. So if you notice, every time they run into a roadblock with something they're trying to do, what's their reaction? Indict Trump.
Oh
I'm
yeah, I saw
figuring he's
that.
going to have about 50 or 60 indictments by the time this shit's done.
So you could never use the plea that they made of not guilty?
You can use the plea, but it wasn't entered by you. It was entered by someone who was appointed for you, which
Okay,
means that's an involuntary servitude at that point.
exactly. I
Because
was going to
the
say,
Sixth Amendment says you'll be provided counsel for your defense, not an attorney to fuck you over and turn you over into Crown property.
okay.
An attorney is not counsel.
That's exactly what they do. Every attorney. I went through 3 public defenders because
Right.
I kept saying I could tell these guys are just lying to your face. They just
Yep.
literally lied to your face. And
Yeah, tell me about it.
I'm an acting coach. Okay, so it's funny because I teach acting, and I'm like, you guys are not convincing me because you're doing a very terrible job of acting here. And there's like, if you don't take this plea bargain right now. And I was like, no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. So the lawyer walks into court, and he walks around the court about 3 times, and he says, Judge, we're going to ask for a continuance. And I'm like, see, you lied to me. And then the next time I was in the small room that they used to basically couch you in, they everything is strategically set. You're in this little bitty room, just like when you're in a car sales deal. You know how small those cubicles are, so that you sign that paper under duress, basically. But they have you in there, and then they're like, you got to take, this is the best that they're going to offer you. And all the time, it's just continuous lies. And it's strange that the devil's language is spoke.
Well, even the judge lies. Even the judge, like, my kid went in there, and it's the first time she goes into court, and the judge, she was like, well, isn't anybody going to say anything about me or whatever? And she said, what? You've already been adjudicated. You've already been arraigned or something, right? And I just saw a new arraignment for April of this year. I saw 4 arraignments. I said, she lied. There's no arraignment been done or anything. So I'm saying to myself, to my friend, there's something going on. I think they want payment. And so I've been trying to call the Miami headquarters, the clerk, to get what is the amount that they're requiring as payment. And then if I do this guilty thing, and it's written by her own recognizance, her own cognizance and conscience and good conscience, then maybe we can get this worked out. But, if we keep up allowing them, because they've done just so many bad things, like being an attorney, and then 8 months later saying, oh, you know what? It was a conflict of interest. I get off the case. Because what's going on is they keep compelling discovery, demanding discovery, and nothing comes in. Because I know they don't have what they need to prosecute somebody in such a terrible degree. And when we turned in all of, how you do the affirmative defenses, so we put in the affirmative defenses, and I noticed nobody talks about the affirmative defenses. I'm like, they're playing a game here. So I told her,
that's what we do with the surrender and stuff like that we put in.
Yeah,
it is an affirmative defense.
Yeah, we have to do some. Well, you know how when they appoint someone to you, they'll be like, give me all your evidence that you're innocent. Okay, so when we give it, you know what? I notice nobody talks about it. I'm like, wait a minute. You should not still be in here. I told her, but I think they're looking for money, not to, they just keep holding it off, and then when you're sitting in there for 2 or 4 years in a county jail, thinking that you're going to get a trial, I think it's like by then you've racked up so much bill that you gotta, the debt just keeps growing. So I was telling her there's got to be something else. I said, I know it has to do with a payment. I know they're looking for money, and if you don't give them their payments, they're not going to let you out of there, because if you don't bring in a discovery after a year and a half or a year and so many months, then I know that they even brought in the old lead detective, and he just comes in and says, the discovery was never done because I was a lead detective and I transferred. So what if you transferred? I'm thinking that other person has to have the case. So, and then when I questioned the attorney every single time, and he would get angry with me. And finally, I guess they ran out of, he's probably thinking, this lady's going to figure this out. and she's going to screw us. So what he does is you can't come back in and say, I don't have the discovery yet. Because under federal law, you have 180 days to prosecute a criminal case. And my friend, when you're in Puerto Rico, it's all federal. They don't have like local circuit, district. They don't have that. They have only federal. Everything's federal. So my friend was telling me that one of his friends got charged with the same degree, a second-degree felony, and they were in jail for a year. And they wrote a letter saying, I was never arraigned, discovery was never presented, and I require to be released. And so I wrote a habeas to get her released, so that I wrote in there so that the matter could be properly settled. And I'm getting ready to send it off, but I better figure out how to do that, relief to them. We got to remedy it, or else she'll get put right back in there. If you don't pay, you're going to get in more trouble. So you got to write a remedy.
That's what this is. Everything we've got here is there's the remedy, everything put in. And what we do is really, it's an enticement for them to not, it just gives them all kinds of avenues to not do it, which means that they're the ones showing that they're the ones in dishonor. Yeah,
they're acting in dishonor. And
right.
So I want, if you get with me and you tell me what needs to be done, being I'm putting the habeas in, and I am putting that, we're willing to grant remedy. The remedy would be to release her, but also
no. The remedy is the usufruct. The usufruct is what secures her release. Her remedy is not the release.
Okay, so the remedy
is the fact that they have been given the usufruct in acceptance of the international offer under Hague Article 43 and 55.
Hague, let me write that down. Hague Article
43, Hague 1907, Hague 4, 1907, Article Hague 43, Hague IV 1907, Article 43 and 55. And for Article 43 and 55, 43 is the reason the birth certificate and the Social Security account exists. It's a means by which they restore public order and safety. It's part of Nation Building 101.
Sorry about that again. Hague
1907.
Okay.
Hague 4. And it's Article 43 and 55. And then 23 is the one you want to enforce it with, and I'll show you why. All right, so Hague 4, 1907, Article 43 is public order and safety, restoration of public order and safety. Well, restoration of public order and safety we found in a military manual.
Okay.
That is basically, I call it Nation Building 101 because it shows the first order of duty of any reconstruction of a nation. And the first thing that happens is a restoration of public order and safety, which means that there's an agreement between the inhabitants and the occupant that maximizes the benefits of both. So the usufruct to an occupant means the naked owner to the inhabitants. The inhabitants have the same disposal rights over the same resources, actually a better one. The usufructuary can't alter the substance and pays all the taxes and everything else. 55 is...
What was the other section? Yeah, you just told me right now.
Article 55. Article 55 of the Hague is the occupying army is administrator and usufructuary. All right, so they're already administrators, so we're making administrator and usufruct. And Article 23.
Oh, Article 23. There you go.
You enforce it through 18 U.S.C. 2441. Was it C3 or C2 or something like that? Anyway, Article 23 makes it especially forbidden to outlaw or make inadmissible in any court of law the acts and actions of the nationals of a hostile party, and to force them into a military action against their host nation, against their own nation, even if they were in the belligerent service before the war. 18 U.S.C. 2441 makes a violation of Article 23 a war crime.
Okay.
Sorry, could you repeat that code?
Article 23 of the Hague 4, 1907, is enforced via 18 U.S.C. 2441 C2. I think that's what it is. And that's war crimes.
Okay.
Okay. So what happens is when you do the usufruct and surrender and bring it into court, and the court rejects it, it not only does it say that the actions of a national are going to be inadmissible, but it forces you into a belligerent status with your nation, which basically puts you at war with your nation as under a conscription. So it's all war crimes.
Okay.
So when they refuse the usufruct and everything else, you actually have the right to bring it in as war crimes because they're international in scope. These guys are. They're saying that what you have done is inadmissible in a court of law. And since they've declared it inadmissible, then they have also said that the rights of nationals are inadmissible. So they've just created a war crime.
Okay. But I'm going to read over all.
And that one you would turn over as a under a qui tam action as a relator, as a militia member. And that gives you rights under Article 1, Clause 15, right? I think it is Article 115. Because militia members are entrusted with the protection from protection from invasion to enforcing the laws of the United States and something else. I'm looking up here. So since you're being perceived as a U.S. citizen and you're coming in this way, then when they refuse to do the acts, they're attacking a U.S. citizen with the Trading with the Enemy Act, which is illegal, and they're trying to force you into military action against your nation by saying that what you're doing is not being admissible.
Okay.
And when you go through the Constitution and you get Article 1, you go down to Section 15. And Section 15 is it Article 1? No, it's not Article 1. Let me do militia.
Is this, let me ask you this, is this the U.S. Constitution?
Yep. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 is the militia, right? So when they bring you into a court for punishment, they're bringing you as militia because Congress shall have the power to call forth the militia, right, to execute the laws of the Union, stuff like that. When they bring you in there under a militia, and you do this, and they don't do it, your duties flip. Because now you execute the laws of the Union to suppress insurrections and repel invasions because you're repelling the invasion of what? Someone coming out from their territorial jurisdiction to enforce territorial laws that were never supposed to be enforced against you. And you're suppressing an insurrection because they're saying the laws of the United States don't mean a damn thing to them.
Okay.
And that's
therefore, you're executing the Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15.
Thank you.
So this has all been tied together to a certain philosophy and way of operation that once enacted, if you understand the actual philosophy behind what is going on, how we're approaching this, then you can create an incident where the moment they don't do what they're supposed to do, it creates an international conflict. And they're the ones who created it. By doing what they've done. They're the ones who decided that they were going to attack the nation by saying, no, we're going to keep you in belligerency so we can present a false claim to the Treasury and get payouts on bonds that we created from the belligerency that we caused by refusing to allow you to do what you did and then holding you liable for our own belligerencies. Remember, these guys project everything what they're doing. They project everything they're doing. Everything they're doing, they'll project against you.
Well, you know what's so funny is the law. Like I was looking at the state law. I've been going over this all week, and they have a law, and you have the Governor DeSantis there saying, because of the storm, we want to give like a warning. Anyone, looters, we are a Second Amendment state. So this is like a warning to looters that you could be shot. If you're saying you're a Second Amendment state, right? So, and I'm saying, but here's the controversy. I'm reading all these court cases, like the recent one was 17 children were killed in a mass murder in Fort Lauderdale school. And I guess the police department gets sued. What does the judge say? The police have no duty to protect the children, that they were supposed to, I couldn't believe it. They were supposed to protect themselves, okay? So I'm saying, wow. So, but
And
here's
it's because, and here's the deal. It's because there's no special agreement in place.
right.
With the
And
usufruct in place, they have a duty now to protect it, because anything else would be a violation of it, a material alteration.
So basically, when you keep saying to me the usufruct is in place, what are you saying a usufruct is?
You don't know what usufruct is?
Well, I know that it means that you're using something.
No, it means they exercise the right to enjoy the profits, the right to use, receive, and enjoy the profits of the property that belongs to another, provided you don't alter its material substance.
Okay. And
so when you surrender, and then what you're doing is giving over the usufruct while you're using that name property, because that name is not yours.
Right, it's not yours.
It belongs to them. So under the name and arms clause means you come in there and act as the settler and testator over that estate to adopt it for your use. So as the settler and the testator, I'm going to go in there and assign all the interest out. So when they run their probate accounting system or whatever the hell they're doing it, then everything is fixed into place. Now, when they administrate it, they have to administrate it according to the terms by which it was fixed. Otherwise, otherwise they can restate it, re-administrate it, redo all over again, because nothing has been fixed into place. A fixed trust is one that must be administrated by the trustees where they don't have discretions.
Okay.
So
it's the opposite of a discretionary trust. Go ahead.
So couldn't it just be better for one to just surrender that altogether? Surrender that.
Exactly. You don't have to go case by case instance. You do it in the county record. When you come into the court case, you surrender. You give over that public record and go in here. The public record shows. This person is to be administrated under this charter.
No, I meant as far as like just taking that whole birth certificate instrument back down to the clerk and surrendering and assigning.
That's what you're doing. That's what I'm trying to get you to see, that when you do the public organic record, you reference the birth certificate in that public organic record. Now the record has been included in a restatement of the record to create a public organic record.
And Boris, just to
look up UCC 9-201. I think that's the definitions there. It's out of 102. Look up record, public organic record, and registered organization. Look it up. It says it right in there. I'm not pulling this shit out of my ass. I'm using the definition.
The birth certificate
just to be clear,
a registered organization, right?
Just to
the birth certificate is just an organization that has been established.
Right. So when you surrender it, you become a registered organization.
It becomes the registered organization that you're using now, and now the charter has been established, and the Social Security account always accounts for that vessel under a charter. If the charter is you're the usufruct, then the Social Security account accounts for you being the usufructuary of that property, which is you pay the taxes, settle all claims, keep things in repair, and then not alter its substance. Until you transfer that interest, that's how they're going to protect the estate from heathens.
Okay, so when you're saying to transfer the use of fruct, I know I tell you to send me the process of how it's done, but I guess so I can hear you say it too. You're saying to transfer the use of fruct, meaning
what I'm saying is go into the public record and state something like, hey, this name has been registered upon this certificate of live birth. I have been presented with no evidence that name serves to recognize the one using it as surety. Therefore, I'm accepting the state's offer as usufruct, and I hereby assign and while I use this property name with any interest in reversion going to the Treasury to on account of any securities received be retired and never reissued, and any proceeds received be used to reduce the public debt, secure the person and property, to secure this person and property for innocent passage, and care for the widows and the orphans. That's what I mean by surrendering the usufruct.
So
actually going in the record and actually putting someone in and says that into a record.
See, Wolf, just to be clear, and for the other gentleman who's asking the question, Boris has placed, and many of us have, a depositional affidavit that we've created, outlining what he just shared in reference to the birth file number, and then you have a notary witness
and that creates the public organic record once you file it into the county.
Right.
Okay.
If you can,
and then now you take that public record, dude. That copy that's all over the place.
I've never seen it, but okay.
But anyway, so you take that public organic record and ship it up to the Secretary of State and let them know that this is the public organic record for this registered organization. You ship it over to the U.S. Secretary of State because that's the trustee of decedent estates.
Okay.
You got to let them know, the trustee of the decedent estate, that an interest has been assigned from the decedent estate, right?
So you send it to the Secretary of State, and then to
the Secretary of State of U.S.
Okay.
Secretary of State of your state. So you can let them know that this thing is operating in its jurisdiction.
Okay.
Secretary of State of the United States, because that's the trustee over the decedent estates.
Okay.
Got to let them know that an interest has been signed out by the settler and grantor of that estate, you, as the adopter of it, as you're using it. Then you send it off to the trading with the OFAC, Office of Foreign Asset Control, in the Treasury, to let them know an interest has been assigned to them.
OFAC. Hold on. You're right. Yeah. You're saying it fast, but I'm trying to catch up. Now, so actually, the first one has to be filed, this public organic, which I'm going to read it when we're done with the meeting. It's going to be read and filed in your local government.
Yeah, your local court, your local clerk. And if the clerk doesn't do it, we went over to St. Augustine to file mine because Pinellas County wouldn't do it. I didn't feel like dicking around. I just want to know where they're going to file it. I know they'll file it in St. Augustine. I know they'll file it there because they file just about everything.
Okay. Is this doing away with your the legal name and the social that goes along with?
No, you wouldn't.
No, you're not getting rid of anything, guys.
Okay.
You're just correct.
When you really want to know what the Social Security account does, go read UCC 9-102, the definition of account backwards.
UCC.
As an account is what your Social Security account is. Account for is what your Social Security card does. And accounts for a vessel under a charter. So if you create the charter, the Social Security number accounts for the vessel under that charter. Otherwise, you will be seen as usufructuary in the default setting state to protect the estate to protect the infant estate from being raped, pillaged, and plundered by a heathen.
So it does have to be filed in the county where you
live, it's called
public
notice. Yes, it's called public notice.
Oh, I'll have to go all the way to Florida.
You have to give a public notice. Okay. And then you deliver the notice, because without the delivery, it doesn't create a legal assignment, just an equitable assignment.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So now you give out all the notices and you write it down on a certificate of mailing of who you sent everything to. So you have that evidence showing who you've done. But
Right.
it's the Secretary of State of the state you're currently in to let them know that this registered organization is operating within its jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
Then up to the Secretary of State of the United States, because that's the trustee of the decedent estate that you're currently
Right.
holding. Then you send it over to OFAC and Treasury to give notice that an interest is coming their way. Then then we also say, hey, go notify the 4 trustees of Social Security, just because that's the account that's going to account for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go over to the transportation guy.
Right.
And you give it under to him, because that's what the instructions in 46 USC chapter 563 tell you to do.
What is that again?
46
Mm-hmm.
US Code chapter 563. What it is you start off, well, how I tell everybody, you start off at 56309 and read backwards and forwards from there.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, they tell you very clearly in
And then now when you get any claims,
right.
the one who made the claim must make it may bring an action of civil admiralty according to principles in libel and rem against the fund. So now they'll make a claim against the fund instead of you directly, because the security entitlement has been endorsed to the securities intermediary, and thus the security entitlement holder will not be treated as holding the security directly.
Okay.
That's UCC 8-503, I think it is. Let me make sure. D.
And do you send your a copy of the birth certificate with this?
No, you really don't. You really don't have to file it in the county.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they can
just
find.
use
They see the file
the
number.
actual root file
So
number.
just send a
That's
letter.
what I did.
If anybody
just
has
send a letter and refer
letter.
to the birth certificate number.
Got you.
Now let me ask you.
Okay.
You don't have to have. You just do this. You can do this for everyone, right? In your house.
I can do this on a certificate of nationality. I can do it on anything. I can make a usufructuary. I can do a usufructuary interest in anything.
Yeah,
okay.
All I have to do is ask the other party. All I have to do is ask any interested party who's concerned about it, what's your proof of claim? If they don't have it, they just trespassed against your possession, your peaceful possession, which is what trespass is, an injury to possession. Not to the man, not to anything else. It's injury to possession. You're peacefully holding something, and someone else came up and ripped it out of your hands.
Right.
Okay, what right did they? Hold on. What right did they? What claim did they have? What right? If they didn't have a right, then what they just did is wrong, and they just became usufruct of that property, even if I don't own it. I was in peaceful possession. The other party ripped it out of my hands. He's not entitled to it. Therefore, he's the usufruct of it.
Actually, it makes sense because the clerk told me you do own the birth certificate. Well, actually, she told me recently. I told her, "Do we own these certificates?" She said, "Yes. That's why you don't give it to anybody." And she said,
"No, she's wrong." No, she's not right. She's wrong. You want to give it to people. You want to give the interest in it to someone else.
Right. But what I'm saying is she's saying you don't hand over that birth certificate to anybody because you're the owner of it. See, we've never registered it like you said.
Yeah, and once you and once you register it, you become the registered owner. Minnesota Rule 220.
Right.
Come on, guys. Let's I tell everybody, let's start stringing this stuff together, guys. Screw whatever they're trying to tell you. Okay, I'm telling you right now, you want to surrender an interest in that document to get rid of your equitable interest, because in order to form your equitable interest, you have to bring in the assigner to do it for you. That's Rule 19 when you really look at it. Rule 19 of Federal Rules of Civil Procedure.
Okay, Federal Rules.
Okay, that's Rule 19.
one of the another opportunity to put that depositional affidavit on the public record is through the Minnesota Rule 220, where you can identify as one of the beneficial owners named in said certificate as the naked owner and the mere user.
Actually, you're the entitlement holder at that level,
right? Yeah. Well, and
so the naked owner is the entitlement holder. It's the same. It's the same thing, just different way of saying it depending on the environment you're in.
So if somebody has a challenge getting it recorded in your either your local county or somewhere close by, the Minnesota Rule 220 and that process is another place where if you do the ANC, the assumed name certificate, there is an opportunity to attach an affidavit to that pursuant to the Rule 220 process. That's another great place to establish your standing and release of the reversionary interest.
Yeah.
So could one take that surrender letter for the reversionary interest? Can I just take it down to the clerk, or would it be better just to mail it in?
No, okay. you want to. Oh, go ahead, Boris.
No, go ahead.
The bottom line is you want to get it recorded in a public record. So however you need to deliver that to the recorder's office, once you do that affidavit, you need to get it recorded so it becomes an organic public record.
Yes.
So whether you walk that in or mail it in, and then after you get that document recorded, then you're pulling certified copies, as has been shared here, and delivering that notice to the Secretary of State for the United States, the state that you're currently domiciled in as an inhabitant, and also the birth state that created and registered the organization. Now you're establishing what its intent and purpose is, and rechartering it and establishing your charter of how it's to be handled.
And where would I get those certified copies?
You just
right
pull
out
it
of the
from
public
the county.
record.
So when you record something with the recorder's office, then you once it's recorded, you can tell them, okay, I'd like to have you create 10 certified copies for me, and you do that right there at the recorder's office, because then it has the stamp on it, and you want to send certified copies of that record then to the entities.
Yes.
And that's the whole issue, is that you're not the registered, individual using that certificate. It's open for, what do you call that?
Everything is abandoned. So right now you're holding onto abandoned property and using it. You're not the authorized user because you haven't registered your authorization. So all you're doing is registering your authorization, and completing delivery of an interest that's already been purchased at birth.
So it will probably
purchase. And when you go look up the definition of purchase in the UCC, it's really interesting, because the definition means a taking by sale, lease, discount, negotiation, mortgage, pledge, lien, security, interest, issue, or reissue, gift, or any other voluntary transaction creating an interest in property. Okay? Any voluntary transaction creating an interest in property is a purchase. A trespass is a purchase of something. Fraud is a purchase of something. What you're doing is giving them, they purchased the usufruct when they did all of that. That way it disables the emotional connections to what's going on and says this is purely business. You trespass means you intend to purchase. I gave you a usufruct because you didn't have claim to that property, but now you're over here in this court trying to profit from it. I'm going to deliver you the usufruct, and he's going to reject it, which is a repudiation by the buyer, and the seller can now terminate the contract and collect on any damages as a result of what was already delivered.
Yeah, and you're very correct, because they do say that the whole entire issue was the abandonment.
Yes.
Even when they come in to take your children away from you, they don't tell you this. You've abandoned that property's abandoned, so they can come and scoop that child up.
Right, and they can't take the biological property though.
But they are,
because you can. I know the guys at the door are taking it because they don't know anything, right? They assume a lot of shit.
Right.
But when you really come down to it, you can put your hand on top of that biological property and go, you can have this biological property when you show me proof of your claim to it.
Okay.
They
Okay.
can't take the biological property because the birth certificate itself is a copywritten form.
Right.
It's copywritten, and you can't copyright and patent living beings.
That's right. And the main issue here is you never registered it ever. It's
Yeah, you just never register it. So the assumption is, since the receipt was never redeemed by registration,
right.
then it's presumed the one to whom it was issued to has fled, which is the same thing as saying abandoned, which is the same thing as saying dead. Because in the Lieber Code, which is the trust administration document under which the military is currently operating, the Article 38, they can only take private property by way of military necessity, and the commanding officer will issue receipts to the spoliated owner, where if he hasn't fled, he can get indemnifications.
That's
An indemnification means you made whole, or you're absolved from the legal consequences of actions as a result of certain things. Or you can't be absolved for murder, death, mayhem, that kind of shit, but you can be absolved for all these little statutory violations because they've already taken your pledge that are under Article 134. Birth certificates are taken by, again, are forced pledge under Article 134 of the Lieber Code, because military law applies to everybody, be they citizen or alien, pursuant to Article 7 of the Lieber Code, and to save the nation is paramount to all other considerations under Article 5. Therefore, they gave a receipt to the spoliated owner for the taking of its private property because the Fifth Amendment demands it.
Okay.
And they do follow, and the military does follow the Constitution, guys.
Okay.
Even if these guys out here don't. The military does.
Well, that's why they get very upset when you do this type of stuff, because then wouldn't that make, I don't know if it's true, but wouldn't that make them liable for the taxes?
Oh, yeah.
Because I saw that, well, my friend did the same thing, but they were cussing and saying that they hated him. But they let him go.
Oh, yeah, because they have no choice.
Yeah.
And
they're on the hook for the taxes. They're on the hook for the taxes, and they have no choice. I mean, this is just the ultimate defense against the ravages of pirates and fires and everything else that you can give the host nation that welcomed you into its jurisdiction, because it's a grant of hospitality. That's really what the birth certificate is. It's a grant of hospitality into a foreign jurisdiction that you just haven't fully accepted.
And this is where Boris has spoken at length about the Law of Nations. For anybody who has not read the Law of Nations, it really is a beautiful read, but so paramount to all of this. Remember, we're not from here. We were born onto this plane somewhere on the soil somewhere. And so we're not from here, which was the host nation. And the host nation, they did not record the baby. They recorded the event of your arrival.
Correct.
So registered organization was created for your use, granted by the host nation for you to use. Now, that's the usufruct. And what Boris has been sharing is that whoever is being usufruct of that name is going to bear the liabilities for it, because you have an equitable interest in it. You have been the underwriter for it. You have been compelled as the surety for it. Well, surety, rightfully so, because you're retaining it under the usufruct and using it to go out and acquire goods and services, as a result of that.
In a name that's not yours, and you're not giving back the interest that was purchased to secure the name. Thus, your ask secures the name.
Right. So then until one releases their equitable interest, their adverse claim, because we always have an adverse claim. Again, why? Because we've been underwriting it and we've been paying for its obligations. not knowing that it was a grant of hospitality. So the minute we release our adverse claim and reversionary interest to the Treasury, then you're basically giving them the necessary means to settle the debts, the obligations that ultimately then do sit with the Treasury.
Right, and it's because and it's because the secure innocent passage sureties may be required, and since the host nation, the host give you a grant of hospitality, you can do anything you want to help the host nation in times of emergencies to repel pirates and invaders and so stop the inundations of fire and stuff like that, like bankruptcy. Right. As long as you keep in the duties of your host nation. So when you surrender the usufruct and assign that reversionary interest, you've just given them the necessary sureties to underwrite an innocent passage and established a simple treaty of protection within the host nation that's already recognized under the Vienna Conventions.
And Boris,
because you're doing this under an act of you're doing it basically under an act of faith. So it's all done by 100% faith.
And so the Geneva Protocols is where then that whoever does that surrender is supposed to become a protected person. So that the person is.
And then under the Hague one, and then in the Vienna Conventions, you become a quote ambassador once you get up there. Once you start getting into it, because you're of a foreign jurisdiction, acting in your faith as an ambassador to the kingdom, which you're a citizen. And domiciled because your father knew you before you were in the womb. Okay. Therefore, you're always a member of his kingdom and domiciled in it. And the law of the domicile is wherever your original domicile is the law that you're subject to until you claim a new domicile. And in order to claim a new domicile and a citizenship in the United States, what has to happen?
You have to register.
No, what has to happen? 2 Stat 153, what must occur? You must renounce all allegiances to all plenary and all sovereigns and all authorities you had over you to become a U.S. citizen. That includes God. Okay, so now you take up a new domicile, 2 Stat 153. And that makes your new domicile in the United States, and now those are the laws you're subject to, not the ones from your father.
Wait, what was that code?
Okay, 2 Stat 153.
Of what document?
That's 2 Stat 153. 2 Statutes at Large 153.
Oh, statute
serves as the foundation for all the citizenship.
Okay. Now let me ask you this: so, if you were to become a U.S. citizen, right? You know how they make you pledge before you become a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
She-Wolf, that is the 2 Stat 153. And the point is we've never taken that allegiance.
Right. So every time, right now, since you've never taken the oath of allegiance to be a U.S. citizen, and you're holding a driver's license,
right?
What is the real crime?
The license is permission to do something.
Nope, 18 USC 911. You falsely held yourself out to be a U.S. citizen.
Oh,
so that's fraud, basically fraud.
18 USC.
Whoever falsely and willfully is represented to be a citizen of the United States shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both.
18 USC what?
That's the crime. 18 USC 911.
911, okay.
So when you go and get a driver's license, and the driver's license says what? Are you a U.S. citizen?
Right.
And you say yes. You have just created a falsified record.
So shouldn't you apply to be a U.S. citizen?
No. Because you're creating a simple treaty of protection within the host by simply giving over a payment.
The reason why,
if you do what I did and you say no, what if you do what I did and you say no to U.S. citizen on it?
Okay, then they shouldn't give you the driver's license because only U.S. citizens are required to have one.
Well, the reason why I'm asking you is that my spouse is a U.S. citizen. He did the
Is he naturalized? He's naturalized, right? Okay, yes. The naturalization is just the issuance of a corporation to act in that capacity. All he has to do is do the surrender and everything else. And now he is not the U.S. citizen. The vessel becomes the U.S. citizen.
Okay. Because when you go
But
to
if you're gonna use this individually for your own profit and gain, then yeah, you become the U.S. citizen and liable to all that bullshit.
Oh, well, I was going to tell you that when we were in family court, he's a U.S. citizen. Do you know that they would not speak to him? They would not charge him. They would
Of course not.
release.
He can't deny any public debt. He's there as 100% surety.
But if you're a surety, wouldn't that give them access to taking away your children?
Gee, yes.
No, but
that's why you surrender. They wouldn't? No?
No, they wouldn't even. They told him you cannot be a part of this process. You're excluded. But because he's a U.S. citizen, I kept saying, you keep getting all the good luck, and we're back.
Then maybe it's opposite. Then maybe when you do the acceptance, you become adopted as a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, something happens because he doesn't get treated the same.
My certificate
as
says
me.
holder. I'm naturalized.
Yeah, you're the holder.
So, but once you do this whole surrender thing, then you become, quote, adopted as one of theirs.
And
because now you've got a simple treaty of protection. So a naturalization certificate might be a simple treaty of protection as well.
Right, because what I noticed is he has, I don't know whoever just said that they're the holder. You're holding an original, and they're holding the certified copy. And so we are holding the certified copy, and the state is holding the original. It's backwards.
Well, because, all right, the naturalization, the reason that is because they have to actually go through an application process, and they're actually willful on their end. On your end, it's not willful, is it?
No,
you didn't willingly go in there into a court and into anywhere and go, hey, sign me up for this shit, right? Somebody else did it for you.
Yeah, my mom.
So therefore, they're holding that. They're holding that as trustees. You have to come in and actually release the interest as the quote beneficiary of that part of that interest they're holding.
Okay.
And if you don't do it, then you're withholding, and now they're going to treat the user of that account as an interloper, as someone intermeddling with the affairs of the infant without authority.
That's why I did my disposition. It's recorded. I just never sent it to the Secretary of State. So Monday, I'm just going to go ahead and pull certified copies and send it out. But it's recorded.
Yeah, and that's it. Just give it to those guys.
And let them handle it.
Yeah, and then you send it off to the certain parties, and then there will be an account established that everybody will sue to get payments, and they won't be suing you. Now you're not the account payable or the account receivable. So you're the account payable where they have who's at what interest they have to serve.
So I have a question for you. So
So he would just have to do the same thing, even though you guys are holding what the
hold on. Look
the
hold on. What's this other? Go ahead.
Hey Boris, this is Simon. So I've been in the States for 10 years. I've been here 14 years. I'm currently on green card. I have not applied to get naturalized for the same purpose. So,
well, green card means what? You're still holding on to another nation? I don't. What is green card? Yeah, somebody has to explain what green card really is.
Green card is like temporary access. Like
I think you get permission to work and.
Okay, well then you can do the same thing with the green card while you're over here doing your works, whatever you're doing.
It's permanent residency is what it is. It's just not naturalized.
Yeah, the use of fructuary interest interest from whatever you're doing just goes to the state and then to the United States.
But I still do. My birth certificate is from the United Kingdom, so I would just do the same thing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what land record it is.
Well, United Kingdom works too because technically this is all the same.
Yeah, true. That's what I always thought. So
there's no difference in any of this. All you're doing is letting the nation which you're operating on say, "Hey, dude, I'm here doing this. You're going to get the benefit from whatever I do. Please don't treat me like an enemy while I'm here."
Right. Same thing. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. That's what the grant of hospitality is all about.
I got a question, right? Now that I'm actually doing the full closing, is there anything special I even have to do since I already did the disposition? when it comes to actually being at the closing table?
What's that?
When it comes to being at the closing table on the mortgage,
Okay.
being that I did the disposition prior to that, is there anything special should I even do?
You can. Here's what I tell everybody: if you're unsure about the closing, sign every document, pay to the order of the United States of America without recourse. Every document, front and back.
If you don't do it, I think you can still put in a letter to change that contract.
Well, that's when you go into the public document when they record it all. Then you go in and restate that trust to just do the interest there. But the reality, but once you go in,
is that the same as like conveying? Is that the same as like conveying the mortgage deed?
Yeah, you're retiring that obligation, really, because that's what pay to the order of the United States without recourse does. It transfers it to them for retirement.
And I suppose once you have the disposition done, you would just put your agent's number, right? Which is a driver's license number.
Yeah, you can just put your driver's license number on everything, because now everything that's going on now, they're the ones who take care of it. You're just basically the facilitator you're the facilitator of the event to make sure that the product gets to you, because you're the intended recipient of the product. They're the intended recipient of the obligation.
So can't you do that for, say, your warrant or your ticket?
You can do that for anything, guys. Anything.
Pay to the order of the United States without recourse.
Yeah.
United States of America. Without recourse. Yeah,
and
that's the words that actually transfer it.
I think that's what Gonzo did. He got a bill for he was telling me like $42,000 for his student loans.
Yeah.
And he wrote on the letter, it was a bill, that it was a money order, and he spelled out how much, and then turns it over and signs off on it as agent, and he puts his license in. I think 30.
That's exactly what that's exactly what our buddy did. He's done it with his daughter's student loans. He's done it with this. He's done it with the doctor bill. That's what I went in earlier and told you all. Accepted for value on the front, underline it, write money order, flip it over, buy, sign it, state ID number, driver's license number.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the whole purpose of the birth certificate was to create an agency within the government so they could take so they can collect all the debts and duties and obligations of the people that they purchased via the 64 Banking Act anyway.
Right. Well, if anybody has a letter of disposition that I could use and they can post
it's like everybody thinks that that all this started in 1933, that the world only began in 1933. I'm like, wrong answer.
Wow,
go back 70 years. Go back 70 years from 1933, and you see the bankruptcy that was created in 1864 when they bought all the stuff. When they purchased, when they initiated the purchase agreement, then you go back from the Federal Reserve and go back 99 years. Every banking system is 99 years. Every 70 years is when they bankrupt. 20 years after the implementation of a new system, you have to reject the banking system or they fully implement it. So you go from 1913 to 1933. 1913 was Federal Reserve. 1933 is the securities, right? Those are the two acts that go together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 199 years before that was the War of 1812 with the Treaty of Ghent. What happened there? Well, the lawyers came in and got pissed over the 13th Amendment and said, no, we got to have this in place. So they put themselves in charge, or they got rid of it so they could hold all the public offices to make sure that the public debt obligations under the Article 6 of the Constitution were remaining. They weren't going to get out of it. And then you look at 30 years, look at 20 years after that incident, you have 1833, which is they tried to formulate the next bank, but that was really near the beginning of the Civil War. And then you have the Civil War, 20 years, they bought everything. Then 70 years after that, they bankrupted the nation, put the Federal Reserve on top of it. and moved on. And if you keep going in this 99, 70, and 20-year cycles of stuff, you basically decipher the banking system of what they have been doing and how it's been working. But it's in 99 years with a 70 and a 20 in it. And 99 years is the length of one usufructuary interest. And the 70 years is a bankruptcy. 20 years is ratification. If you don't stop the ratification in 20 years, you don't get anything. So what happened after 1913? You had 2012, which is the real ending of the banking system. And they're getting ready to, and that's when you were introduced to digital currencies and shit that they were getting ready to put in. Well, what happened? In 2016, Trump got in the way. And I have a buddy who has reconstituted the Church of Philadelphia through the Federal Register. A bunch of shit happened, and he was able to access actually get to the Queen's bench to do this. And Trump delivered his claim to the Pope, to the Queen, and Prince Charles. What happened to them all? The Pope's was a funeral. Pope was a funeral. If you look at it, Melania and Ivanka were dressed in black like a funeral. It's a laugh. The Pope was dead. He went to the Queen. What happened? What happened when he went to the Queen? The Queen told him to walk in front of him. That was a capitulation and a turnover of the world to Trump. Then he went back to Charles, and what did Charles do? Charles let him go down to the troops, take one of the guns, inspect the gun, give it back to the guard, and talk to him. That was a capitulation of all the corporate power, because Charles is the Prince of Wales, who controls the corporations, all handed over to Trump. Trump is now the trustee of the world.
Did he not know?
Yeah, he knows it's being done. Okay. Trump's not stupid.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Trump is royal. Trump's bloodline goes back to royalty, by the way.
Yeah, it does.
It goes back to royalty. But his duty and his position is he's giving it back to the people. So he went around and collected all. Then you go back to the second visit to the Queen where they had dinner.
Okay.
Go back and listen to that dinner. It is a retirement dinner.
Okay.
Talking about her past exploits, her past, nothing about the future.
Okay.
Okay, so the Crown and the Vatican both lost all their authority. And what you have now, the authority to Trump, actually, they capitulated.
Mm-hmm.
So what you have now is this, quote, deep state apparatus over here in Washington who doesn't want to let go. Because as soon as they let go, what's going to happen? An immediate audit of the Fed and all the accounts because the receivership ends.
Okay.
Exactly.
U.S. is coming out of receivership and going into a sovereign mode, and it's going to take place on the edges of the world first. So you got New Zealand out here talking about putting a new constitution in that favors the people and not the corporations and stuff. Right. So that's where it's going to start. And the reason it's starting out there is because they're herding everybody into the middle, the U.S., and then they're going to pop it like a big fucking pimple. And it's going to get rid of the growth that's under the skin, so the nation can finally be seen in its full glory, which nobody has ever seen.
Wow.
Nobody has seen the nation in its full glory because it hasn't ever existed yet. The skeleton, the muscles, the nervous system, everything has been put in place, and then they packaged it up under the Gettysburg Address and put it off to the side and let the corporations loose to attack the nation, so the nation will be forced to respond and develop skin so it can protect itself. And now it's getting to be ready to be revealed, and it operates under 100% love. That's how you activate it.
Okay.
Boris, what do you think the timeline is on that? You think it's like
I think
24 months?
Well, based on what Derek Johnson has found out, and listening to what he's been talking about.
Yeah, I listened to that call yesterday.
Continuity of government. Yeah. All right, you're in the middle. You're near the end of the second renewing of the executive order Trump put in place, which ends on September 23rd. So I think that's when the quote bill comes due on these guys.
It seems like it's definitely
for the next month on August, it's going to ramp up, and it's going to get hot on these guys. It is going to ramp up something fierce, So
it's pretty nasty, pretty gnarly out there right now.
Get ready for the retributions by these guys, because they're going to unleash fucking everything to stop it.
Yep.
Y'all haven't seen anything yet. Y'all haven't seen anything yet.
That was a good call from Derek Johnson the other day on X22.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. I saw that on 23rd, and I was like, wait a minute here. Something happened where we did something near that date, and it's like, oh, it's coming up to that time, and it's 7 years, or almost the 7th year. I think it's 7 years anniversary is on.
Do you have that
November of our kingdom of our courts of heaven that kicked a lot of this off?
Do you have on hand that documentary where they showed Trump doing the sword dance in Saudi? I've been trying to find it forever.
No, I don't have that one. But that was another, hey, we're recognizing him as a leader.
Absolutely.
They don't do sword dances for every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there.
You said that
they don't know for
in
everybody.
2012. Can you tell me what was it that you said that happened in 2012?
2012 was what? The Mayan calendar ended. That was the countdown.
Okay.
The countdown towards the implementation of their New World Order that had to be done by that time, or else they're screwed. So they had control of this nation for 70 years, for roughly 70 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the most they ever did with it? How did they get the people to turn their back from God? They only did one thing. They only got one thing done. Abortion. And they couldn't even get that fully legalized.
Right.
So they failed. They failed to turn the nation and the people away from God, and COVID was their last hurrah.
Now, you know how we know that the trusts operate according to biblical principles 1,000 years, right? And so, no,
you're coming to the end of no. This isn't the 1,000-year cycle anymore. This is the end of time.
Right. Well,
the 1,000-year cycle is 1,000-year cycle is what everybody calls the Age of Enlightenment.
Right, but in 2012 also, I don't know why, but that's what I was going to tell you. They signed a new 1,000-year trust agreement regarding the currency and the banking system.
They don't get it.
I don't know.
They don't get it. They don't get it because what happened in because it would have been in place if Hillary was in office. This would be an entirely different world right now.
Okay.
You'd be neck deep up your ass, and neck deep up with all this fucking woke bullshit. You'd have all those digital accounts in place where you would never get out of it, because they would keep layering it upon other things, like Bitcoin equals so many Ethereums. It's like, y'all played video games, strategy games, where you have so many resources to build with. You got like wood, lumber, gold and stone, right?
Right.
All right, so much lumber equals so much gold, and the more lumber you buy, the less the gold becomes, so you can't keep up. That's what this would have been like. You would have been at the lumber stage while they're up here in the platinum stage, and there would have been no way for you to harvest enough lumber to get platinum to buy your way out. It was going to be a permanent trap.
I mean, they're trying their darndest.
They're trying their darndest because they're wanting to implement all that crap because they believe they're entitled to it. But this isn't another 1,000-year period. This is forever. This is the end time.
We need to, I guess,
and their 1,000 period system, and people need to stop fucking giving them credence by thinking they're doing all this shit when all it is, oh, they want to do all this, doesn't mean they're going to do it. They can take and talk all they want, doesn't mean it's going to happen. And people need to stop giving them credence by fighting what they're doing. It only gives them energy. What I'm saying is just take what they've done and just do this and walk the fuck away from them.
Right.
These people don't deserve any energy you all give them. You don't fight them. You love them, and let them fight the light of the love as they fight what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's what you do. You give them, kill them with love.
Yeah.
And they are going to hate you for it because they're abused people who don't know what love means.
Right.
So what happens is when they experience love, they reject it because it's a trap to them.
Wow.
They don't understand it. They don't comprehend what love is.
Right.
To them, a hand around their a loving arm holds a knife in the other hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to stab them in the back. That's what these guys see. Has nothing against us. It's just the way they're brought up. You know, it sucks for it. I would hate to have been brought up in a generational family. I would literally, because you don't know who you know. It's they say they act out love, but it's not love. It's love with a closed fist.
You know,
That ain't love. That's fucking abuse.
I was talking to this lawyer the other day, and I told her, you know, my grandson, he's blind, you know, partially blind. And you, Boris, you've met my daughter. So, you know, I'm taking care of the children now. And so the lawyer tells me, well, you're not putting him in public school, are you? And I said, you know, I'm waiting to transfer him. And she goes, don't put him in there. That place is a poison. They're not teaching you anything. They teach you sexuality, you know, a boy is a girl's a boy, and obedience. You know, I'm thinking, wow, why would she say that to me about the obedience? She goes, people who obey are slaves. I was like, what the heck? I was like, oh my God, you know, like, now the schools are highly focused on security, writing. They'd be writing you tickets at school to the children, and especially in high school. You have to go to court, you know, if they do something wrong. And she said,
they're just preparing him to be. They're just preparing him to be a debtor. That's all.
Yeah, they're not teaching them. She said anything of value. These kids don't know how to think for themselves. And she goes, I would teach them myself. She goes, are you educated? And I said, yeah, I have several degrees. But she goes, well, you need to stop this. Stop it. I was thinking to myself, this lady's having a bad day, because I've never had a lawyer tell me these things before. But
funny, because it really says that the public school system is for your ability to think. And I'm like, I went to a public school. I did all the stuff. And I'm like, why is not my ability to think straight? I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I rejected it all and got in so much trouble they kicked me out.
Yeah, you would be like, they'd have to get you out of their school.
Yeah, I would. I mean, the things I did back in that day, they would arrest you for today.
But I have.
But it's, you know, like I said, you know, no child left behind means no child out in front, which means the child out in front are going to become your criminals because they're not getting the attention they need to develop their gifts.
Yeah.
And they're going to lash out. Why? Because they have nothing else to do.
Yeah, and they teach you, like, basically, you know, you're not artistic. You're just somebody else that does the mundane jobs that nobody wants. And you know, they don't teach you to grow. Use your own talents and skills and do the things that you enjoy doing. It wouldn't be deemed as working, because, you know, you're taught to bloom. But these kids today, they're not. You know, I can't even listen. I live around, every house behind me has teenagers. Do you know none of them talk to each other? None of them. I see them pass each other going to school. Nobody says, hey, good morning. Hey, you want to walk to school? Nothing. They walk with their heads down when they go.
They're isolated.
Yeah.
They keep them isolated, confused, and ignorant. That's the three. That's the three keys to conquest. If you keep the people isolated, confused, and ignorant, you take over a land.
That's right. And that's what they're doing right now to this new generation of children who don't speak to each other. You know, I tell my granddaughter, why don't you get out? Oh, do you know who that neighbor is? Yeah, I know. But, you know, he doesn't talk to me. I know him. We go to the same school. I go, well, how about the ones behind you? Yeah, we go to the same school too. I go, well, you never say anything to them when they walk by. She goes, well, they've never tried to be friends with me either. And I said, well, that's the problem with you kids. You don't even talk to each other at school. My granddaughter only has one friend at school. You know, the rest of them, all of their interests lie in that stupid cell phone.
Yeah, they got their heads buried in the cell phone when they're walking along. They get in an elevator with people, they're just looking at their cell phone. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I look at them and you've seen accidents happen. I had a car swerve in front of me and they were texting. I was like, what the heck? Everybody's buried, but they really harm these children And, it's up to us to bring them back, bring them back to earth, you could say, because their
I'm
mind
almost thinking maybe an EMP blast would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Blow everything off. Yeah.
I mean, everybody would be forced to talk to each other to figure out what the hell's going on now. They would be forced to, and in doing so, they would rediscover themselves.
Remember that Bruce Willis movie where everybody's sitting behind a computer and they go to work with an avatar? And one day he figures it out and he messes up the whole system, and everybody starts coming out of their house. They're in shock. People are sick. They're on drugs, because they let the computer system take over, and they're afraid to come out of their house. And it
got them in a state of complacency.
Yeah.
Basically put them in a comfort zone that I don't have to do. Now I'm taken care of, and now I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, they're just sitting behind a computer, and
you saw that on COVID with the lockdown.
Yeah. Dude, the first thing that happened when they locked down, I went for a drive. I went for a drive on roads where I don't have to dodge morons. I was like, dude, this is awesome, man. Maybe this will be forever. We can have all these people just leave, and I won't have to deal with idiots on the road. It was awesome, man. I was like, wow, man, this is just great. This is what these roads should feel.
I got an American Airlines.
Drive.
I went on an American Airlines flight like the second week of COVID, and I literally had the entire 737 with 3 people on it. It was friggin' awesome.
It was awesome, man. You can move anywhere you want. You can sit wherever you want. It's, take up 3 seats if you want, lay down. It's just great, dude. I mean, that's what I did. I drove because I've been driving for so long with traffic around me as delivery driver and stuff. I was like, dude, I wonder what the roads are like without traffic. And I went, dude, this is awesome. It is almost like a movie here where the whole world just disappeared and you're left alone.
Yeah. Or they'll say, we have so many people, confined in a hospital with COVID, and my friend, my neighbor, she works at a major hospital by our home here. She says, I haven't seen a customer since this COVID pandemic has started. And there's nobody. I mean, she literally told me there was nobody in the waiting rooms, nobody at the ER. I mean, they're sitting there. And I was telling her, this is a shame that these people were believing this and thinking that the hospitals were full of COVID patients. My friend, you probably know who it is, Boris, but he passed away. He had a stroke, and they put him on a ventilator and then said he died of COVID.
Yep, that's what they're doing. And the reason why is if they didn't die of COVID, they would only get like 10 grand. If they died of COVID, they get 39.
Yeah, they were putting it for everyone. They even took another one right now.
Yeah, they killed my brother that way.
They killed a lot of people that way, and these people are going to pay for everything that they have fucking done.
Yeah, this is all stuff that they've done these last so many years, and I have someone that died in a car crash, and they were supposed to get a payout of, for the accident. And you know what? They said they couldn't give them the money at all because they died of COVID. That's what was written. So she went to the coroner and said, why did you put that my husband died of COVID when he died in a car crash? He said the government said I have to put COVID on and he even said, this is not even my name on here. It's not my signature. He goes, they had people come in to the coroner's office and signing off on these documents that say you died of COVID. And he said that they were watching him. They came in.
The fraud is unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's you know what it is. You know what they're avoiding a huge insurance payout from the boomers.
Yeah, they were just killing them off, and they were sending people down from a higher government to watch over the local governments to make sure they did not put they died of a car accident or they died of this or that. I'm like, they lost. They didn't get no insurance money, so now they're suing. It's all
what it is. It's done to protect the insurance companies from going insolvent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the insurance companies are facing a huge problem with the populations today. That the boomers are getting ready.
I agree, Boris.
Yeah, the boomers are retiring, and they're facing a huge Medicare, Social Security costs, all that other stuff. So
Yeah.
this was all designed to liquidate the infirm, the sick, all those who cost the insurance companies a lots of money in order to
Right.
protect them from going bankrupt here. So the
Well, they do it
U.S.
to
and its
everyone, all
COVID
their
stuff,
friends.
and it's
The
just
bankers get
they're,
bailout. They get the
yeah,
bailout money. The
they're just
insurance companies.
they're just playing games.
Well, you know, the sad part is they're playing games with the lives of people,
I
the
understand
men
that.
and women, and you're talking about in the thousands. So many thousand people died
No,
unnecessarily.
you're talking in the millions.
Well, yeah, it's
All
not
right, this
nothing
is
small.
millions, thousands maybe here, but millions worldwide, because it's easier to kill off the hungry than it is to feed them. It's easier to kill off the sick than it is to treat them.
Well, somebody in Miami, I can't remember who it was. I just got told yesterday because we're working on my daughter's case. They found an article that said this court rendered the vaccine a bioweapon. And I think they wrote that they don't want no one in their county taking the vaccine.
That's what Florida did. Florida, all the counties in Florida, it's officially a bioweapon here in Florida.
Yeah. And so, that's why I was doing some research with my friend for Florida. We're looking up certain laws. And he said, hey, did you know that there's a county in Florida that rendered the vaccine a bioweapon, and they don't want people getting the vaccine at all. But how many thousands of people already died?
All the truth's finally coming out. It's
I mean, we know we had to have. Here's the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody and their mother should have known something was up when they said we rushed this to market, and it was like in a couple months. I was like, nobody should have taken that thing because they all should have had it in their fucking heads. No way am I taking something that's never been tested.
That's the first thing I thought. No way.
So no fucking way am I taking something that's not been tested. There ain't no way in hell.
Right. And
then I believe in. I believe that all vaccines need to be looked at because none of them have ever been reported on like they should have been.
Well,
and as soon as they gave the vaccine manufacturers immunity, I knew it was over.
No, I was done. I was like, ain't happening.
Well, not only that, but Texas released all the 9 pages of all the things that people are going to get for taking COVID vaccine, and that it will happen within the next 10 years. So I had this lady tell me one day, if you want to buy a house or refi,
wait 10 years.
Yeah.
Wait 10 years. There's going to be a lot of vacant. 10 years. There's going to be a lot of vacant properties.
Yeah, they were actually said in 10 years you will have.
And here's something else. And here's something else I haven't heard people discuss. The illegal immigration stuff. They don't get them tested. They don't have to be vaccinated. CRT was not about critical race theory. It was about citizen replacement.
Yeah.
They were going to kill off all the actual citizens who had a real claim to these lands and replace it with people who had no clue or idea about how the nation was constructed and come from areas where they're used to being,
treated like slaves.
Treated like slaves.
Right.
And that's what they're doing. They're importing
living in poverty.
Yeah. So it's basically citizen replacement therapy, not critical race. They all looked at the wrong argument framed by the same people.
It was interesting when they had the Supreme Court had already said in regards to the vaccine that it was already any new vaccine, they had already accounted for people that were going to die on it. The Supreme Court case said there any new vaccine, they guarantee there's going to be some people that's going to die.
Yep.
The crazy thing was they were making us do it.
And here's the thing though, but once you also get it, since it's mRNA and goes in and edits DNA, the resulting product is a new species of life that never existed on this planet, and therefore is patentable. Go Ohio, Mayo Clinic case. They were talking about it. It was about a guy who patented oil-eating bacteria. And the only reason they don't use it for oil spills and stuff is because the oil-eating bacteria doesn't delineate from oil from the ground versus oil from a fish or oil from a man. So it eats all the oils and everything it touches.
Wow.
So it'll kill off life. But that's why they didn't use it. But they tried to patent it, and it was denied. So they took the USPTO to court. and got the patent on the grounds that by taking the genetic material from stuff that already existed and improving on it or changing it, it created a new life form that didn't exist in nature, thus is patentable.
Wow. Wow. I wish
So let's
people
think
would
about
really
that with the
question.
concept of MNRA when they're going in there and saying, well, they're rewriting the DNA. Well, I mean, what does that do to the man or any woman who received the vaccine? Does it make that end product now a whole new biological entity that was created as a result of the science?
They're going to turn into zombies.
Yeah.
You know also that for them to force people, I mean, like, how did people not recognize the fact that they were, like in my old man's job, they were giving
I just
the
have to.
shot.
I have to take off for a bit. I'll be right back. So I'll be
Yeah,
back.
and so they were offering $1,000 incentives for the people to get the vaccine, right? And so my old man and this other guy, they were the only two in the entire floor that refused to get the vaccine. So I remember, you know, he comes home and he tells me, you know what? I go, what? He goes, if I don't get the vaccine tomorrow, they're going to implement that I have to wear a mask, and every week I have to get tested out of my own pocket, that, you know, to do the COVID test to see if I have COVID. I said, they can't make you do that, you know? So, you know, thank God I prayed that night and I said, Lord, don't let this happen.
It was an
Don't let
it was an intelligence test for everybody.
Yeah, and so he went into work the next day and they said, we're sorry, we apologize because something happened where the mandate didn't go through from the government. He goes, you can still come to work without a mask or a vaccine. But everyone, I couldn't believe it, everyone his floor, he said, got it. They thought it was going to make sure it's a security for their employment. And I'm saying, you know, it's sad to see what people, even nurses, even police officers, even firefighters. I even met a military guy, and he told me that they had to get the vaccine, otherwise they would lose their military employment and status in the military. I was like, man, all these people are gonna die, and you know, I understand because you have to feed your family.
I mean, you've seen all the videos from all the athletes, right? I mean, it's like insane.
Yeah,
I mean,
all of them.
these high level functioning athletes that are just dropping dead on the field.
Yes, my daughter is, I don't even know why. I was so mad at one of my daughters, they got the vaccine, right? And I told her, why? After I told you all those things that are going to happen to you, well, now she's sick like every other week. She comes up sick. And I told her, you know, I don't want to say anything about it. I just kept saying, I know it's that vaccine, you know, that you're the only one that took it. So you're always sick every other week. Like, it's terrible.
They did have, there were some that had a saline because in any one of these tests, because it was a test, many of the doctors got the saline or the not one, or if you were in med school, you got the saline. But all the others, or maybe red states or blue states, I don't know which one, but half had to get it if it was a test because it was a test. Half got the actual, and another half, or however they differentiated that, there were a portion that actually got the actual vaccine, and they know who got it and they don't know. You know, either they know or they don't know.
Not only that, but you guys remember the article that said that, and I think they only did it once, okay? Because they don't want to put it out too much, but it said, oh yeah, we're going to be able to track those who have it, who have the vaccine and who doesn't. So actually, they also put some kind of tracking device. There's no other way that they're going to just figure out, like, my daughter was telling someone, oh yeah, I got the COVID. She goes, oh, we have ways to find out if you really did get the COVID test. I mean, the shot vaccine. She goes, and
Yeah,
how
apparently
is that?
there's some kind of graphene oxide. I don't have any first-hand proof of it, but you know, there's been people talking about some kind of graphene oxide Bluetooth
They have a
signal or
camera
something.
system. It literally, they can just literally put a tool up to your like vein, and they know.
Oh wow!
Called luciferase.
There's two different graphene formulas. There's graphene oxide and there's a graphene chloride one.
Yeah, they said that. They said that they had a way to tell if you really got it or not. Not just like, if we were to make a fake document that says we got it, they said they'll know if we're lying or not.
Just like when you go to the hospital, there is a tracking device in the tips of the needle.
Yeah.
Try to find some headphones.
It's
What? You don't have your
Turn
I
off
don't
your
know what
mic.
more proof
Turn off your
someone could
mic,
require
Tim.
to know that they're trying to kill everybody off, but
No, they didn't do cheat.
They've been putting up the blue lights up everywhere that the graphene will come up under the light.
wow.
Guys, it's called luciferase. It's not the graphene. Graphene has nothing to do with it. Graphene has to do with the nanobots. Luciferase is the chemical that lights up under the blue light.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks, Wolverine.
You know, it's good that we all talk here because, you know, that way we can always keep each other up to date with what they're doing with the people. I mean, it's sad that I'm already listen, I've lost like 20 family members, and they're the ones that got the vaccine.
You know what's screwed up?
Mhm.
My little brother, he was healthy as hell. He
Mhm.
never got the vax.
Right.
His wife was made to get the vax because of where she worked.
Mhm.
And that's how I believe he got the COVID. And then he got
Wow.
put in the hospital, and you know, they put the thing down his throat, and they killed him.
Oh my God. Yeah. I know so many people that, well, my daughter, and when she first went to the hospital, she got COVID, but she didn't have the vaccine at first. And she said she was sitting in a tent, you know, because there were so many people sick. And the nurse told her, go sit over there way in the corner. She said, why? She goes, you see that side there? She goes, yeah. She goes, those people have the vaccine, and we don't understand why. They're back over here again, and they all have COVID. There was the side with the people that had the vaccine, they were very sick, and they were saying, oh, you have COVID again. And there was like 4 people on her side that didn't have the vax. She's one of them. And the nurse was telling her to stay as far the hell away from them as possible. I was like, oh my God. And that's when she realized, she goes, Mom, you were right. I think we were fooled. All those people were sick, and there were so many of them. And there were only 4 of us that didn't have it. But she had gotten sick, and I said, because you're being around people that have the vaccine, and they're hoping that it spreads to you. So, you know, these next 10 years, people, well, now 8 years, is going to be you're going to see changes like you've never seen before. You're going to see your neighbors might even be gone. I don't think anybody in my neighborhood, because they're really old-fashioned, like, old-fashioned as in don't trust the government type old-fashioned. You know, they have these private property signs around their houses and stuff like to stay away. No solicitors. I mean, they have everything posted around their property. So I know they're old school.
I don't know about you guys, but I've seen more ambulances showing up to random people's houses in my neighborhood than I've ever seen before. I'm like, what? Just ambulances running down the street. I'm like, lights on, like at least once a week in my neighborhood. I'm like, oh my God.
Wow. And you're where?
North Texas.
I'm in Texas too. And you know, I lived in this apartment complex before.
Texas
And when
here also.
Yeah, no, never seen an ambulance. And I was telling the old man, hey, do you ever notice that people in here are being taken away by the coroner? Like lots of them. I said, that's unusual. There's only 500 units. I said, where we live, we have like 500 townhouses, big, beautiful place. All of a sudden, it was going downhill. So I was telling him, you know, like, that's kind of weird that all these people are dying. They must have been old. He goes, no. He goes, look, this neighbor died and they were young. So we did notice an increase in the deaths in our neighborhood. I don't let my grandchildren go to very many places because we don't know who's been vaccinated. And, you know, then they try to put these commercials all the time, the same ones, where they're telling you should vaccinate the children, vaccinate them. I just feel they're trying to wipe everyone out.
I'm taking Equimax, ivermectin, so I've been taking it since the start of this shit, and I ain't got it.
Yep.
I just stay away from
I
people to
actually
keep
got
it
it. I
clear.
got it, and I didn't take the shot, but I had got it. Well, it was whatever it was. It was bad, and I was out for 21 days. I mean, I couldn't chew a banana. That's how weak I was. Lost my taste and everything. But I'm just gonna say this, not because this is what it really was, but I got it. When I got it, I was out in the rain. Now I'm not saying that the rain did it. I'm just saying that's what happened to me. But
Yeah.
I was
There
in
was.
the rain, and as soon as I came in the house, I was sick. I mean, I'm talking about sick, and I'm
You
in
didn't
Texas.
Quite
get
a
it
while
from
ago.
there. You got it from somewhere else.
Listen, I'm with the environmental court, so I'm an investigator, environmental marshal, and there was 1 week period where me and my partner noticed that the type of chemtrailing changed the same week that everyone got sick. So there was a different type of chemtrail being sprayed that dissipated rather quickly instead of the normal chemtrailing you see. They weren't contrails. And that's when everyone got sick with whatever.
Now,
One
I'm
night.
telling you, my son, he got sick. He was in Arkansas. I was in Texas. It snowed there, some unseasonable snow, and they're out there doing snow. And he said, "Dad, immediately I got it." I was outside in the rain. It was on New Year's. It was like New Year's Eve, right before it hit everybody. New Year's that next week, I was sick for 21 days. And then they were like, "Yeah, this time you didn't take the shot. I still didn't go to take the shot. I didn't go to the hospital. I just prayed to Almighty God and praise God I'm talking to you today." But that's what happened to me. So I don't know. I'm just saying.
Ivermectin will keep you guys from getting it.
Listen, you guys, I think they actually use a number of sources to as a delivery method, because our children got sick. Both of them were attending public school. They were deathly ill in January of 2020, whenever it happened, whenever it all started, I guess 2020. Yeah. And so before it was officially announced here, they were all very sick. We were exposed to them. We got nothing. Come fall of that year, we attended a seminar in the west side of our state. My husband and I were sharing a refillable soft drink beverage. We both got deathly ill. We were both taking ivermectin as a preventative measure, and we still got it. Okay, so I think whatever they did, it was a multi-pronged delivery system. Maybe it was through the air, maybe it was through the rain, maybe it was through water sources, maybe it was through air delivery systems. I don't know. I think they attacked us from multiple dimensions, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, when I got sick with it, I was outside and me and my neighbor were talking. And then it was like midnight. And we saw a plane spraying. I was like, why would they be doing chemtrails at night? And she goes, I don't know, but I don't feel well. And then, I went in, and as soon as I went in from being outside with her, the next day we both had the COVID. We were deathly sick. And I was telling her, hey, you remember when we saw the chemtrail? We both got better and stuff. And she said, yeah, I'm terrified. She goes, what if they sprayed us with something? I told her, that's just so crazy.
You know what? That's really funny you guys all say that, because when I got COVID in, I think it was the end of 2021, I felt fine before going out. And then I went to take my dog out for a walk. And when I got back, I felt like a cold coming on. And sure enough, I ended up getting COVID. And I was like, I knew it, because I'm always looking up and they're always spraying us like cockroaches here.
Yeah, I was quite shocked.
But you didn't necessarily, you didn't get COVID because that doesn't exist. You got extremely toxic, say.
Right, exactly. I mean, we're just going to use COVID to deviate it from all the other regular flus.
I think they are using multiple delivery methods. And another thing too for you guys to watch out for is that they were telling the kids at school, at high school, that they don't have to ask our permission if they're mandated to give these kids a COVID shot. And I went to the school and I gave them a warning thing that said, I told you, I wrote them a letter that you are not allowed to let any agency outside of this home, my family, our own agency, because I always say, outside of my trust, you are not to allow anyone to speak to them, inject them. I didn't say you. I had to put a warning in there to them. And then so you guys, if they're using and borrowing money and bonding you, to pay for your children's public school, right? You have to give them the rules and regulations notice to tell them what they cannot do with your children, because they could even write a citation. And the principal had told me that they gave my granddaughter a citation. There's some BS citation that the reason why they issued it to her was because she refused to write a statement. Like they said, oh, we accuse you of this. And she said, you can write a statement here to reply to our accusation. So she said, I can't. Well, why? She goes, because you did not read the warning that my grandmother gave you that says you're not allowed to question me, and I'm not allowed to write statements without her being present. So they didn't want to call me about it. And they didn't give her the citation at first. What they did was they knew they couldn't do it, so they snuck the citation, like send it off to the courts. And then I got the letter from the courts to go to court saying, oh, we saw smoke coming out of her mouth. So the first thing they do is they write the paper and send it to court and swear under penalty of perjury, and it has a name on it, right? So I go into the court with her, and we're on Zoom. And I'm arguing with the prosecutor. They have a juvenile and a regular prosecutor for the city. And I said, you guys think you're slick. But let me tell you something. I didn't see anywhere in your policies and procedures to say you're able to override my policy and procedures when the grandchildren are attending school. And, the guy, I said, you're supposed to give notice when you're going to have court. You don't send me a piece of paper and say tomorrow there's court and here's what we're going to charge you with. So I told him that. And I know because the judge, he was listening the whole time. I was supposed to be like in a waiting area in Zoom until the judge calls you. So his camera accidentally flipped on and he turned it right back off because I guess he didn't want me to know that he was listening. And I told him, you know what? You're supposed to give notice. You didn't give proper notice. What is this citation? We never received any citation, or else I would have disputed it way before this date. So the guy's like, yeah, I know we messed up. And I said, yeah. So remedy, right? You got to put in a remedy in any case. I said, I remedy this. It was like $300 and something. And I said, I'm not going to pay you a penny. You think I'm going to give you $300 and something? No, I'll give you $10 to take this off the system, totally wipe it out. But you have to say you're not guilty. I go, no, because I told the judge the last time you told her that if she didn't get in trouble for the next 6 months, that you would erase her charge. And I still see it in there. He just brought it up to me, the prosecutor. Okay. Oh no, he tells me, well, don't you want her to learn the processes of the court so she could properly defend herself? And I said, yeah, I said, she is learning right now. Your Honor, I object to you calling her a person, a student, an entity, whatever you want to call her. No, she is a lady, a young woman. She is a woman first. And that is what you're saying that you called in here. Well, you don't spell the name like this, first of all. I said, that is her person. And, he was like, well, listen, I don't want to, he don't want me to keep saying things to him. And I said, I handle any issues that are going to be coming to this person. I shake the birth certificate. And he goes, okay, handle it with the prosecutor. So I did make the prosecutor wipe out her charge. I said, nah, we're not going to play this game. I'll give you $10. So he told me, if you can prove to me that she didn't do, isn't smoking, I will erase the entire charge. So I told him, oh, that's simple. because I bought these at-home tests from Amazon. I test her myself. I told him, well, guess what? I have one of these handy right here. And I showed a negative. He erased the whole thing. He goes, well, then I'm going to honor what I said. I'll erase this matter. People, there's nothing set in stone. Nothing. People think they don't have any rights. You have a right to negotiate. And when you don't negotiate, that's why the attorney's coming in here and doing the negotiations. That's why what Boris is telling you is correct.
Just like you're saying, just use your words. Object, object, object.
Yeah, you can make your own negotiation. Don't think you don't have to. That notice that you guys are giving to the county, you have a right to put in notice. I put notices in every school year. I put a new one in every year saying what they can and cannot do. Why? Because people, they get the funding from taxpayers, number one. And they think that you have to sign a one-sided contract saying, oh, I agree to this, I agree to that. No, you don't have to agree to any of it. Any of it. You have to put in your own notice and say, such and such is going to be attending school. And you know what? I don't put student ID. I put account number. That's the account they created. And in order for you to provide the proper education for my granddaughter, right? Always sons and daughters. You must not, and I put it in there, no alphabet agency is to approach her. No one is allowed to take a statement. No one is allowed to charge her without my being present. So what happens? They forgot. The school forgot. And they wrote this, and I tell the court, first of all, you see this paper? Here's your first false, bearing false witness. They write on the document, such and such was blowing smoke. I'll give you an example for what they wrote to her. I've seen it in every court case. You'll see an officer of the court saying, I saw so-and-so blowing smoke out of their mouth. So we are going to presume that they were smoking. And I swear under penalty of perjury, and I submit this in good faith, right? So when I was talking to the prosecutor, juvenile prosecutor, I said, I'm going to tell you what, if you think you're going to go holding court with me based on lies, I'm going to give you the first lie that you've ever said that I don't need to entertain this. And she goes, what are you talking about? I said, who wrote this document here under penalty of perjury? And she's looking at the paper. She goes, what is your point? So I asked my granddaughter, do you know who so-and-so is? She goes, no. I go, have you ever seen anyone in your presence by the name of so-and-so? No, I've never met anybody by that name. I said, that is a lie right there. How does somebody swear under penalty of perjury that they saw smoke coming out of someone's mouth when they've never even met with this, my granddaughter? So they stay quiet. I go, well, that must mean you're swearing under penalty of perjury that you wrote the document. And that is it. Everything else on this paper is a lie. It's hearsay. It's gossip. And you know what? The prosecutor did not know what to tell me. I said, and I don't entertain gossips. Okay, so let's stop playing games here. So then I tell him this. After you make me waste my time showing you something that there is no nicotine, now I want to file a counterclaim, okay, against you and that school for lying. And he goes, but why do you want to do that? I already erased the case. If you look her up, it's going to show she's never had a charge. I go, for the simple fact that you wasted my time. My time is precious to me. And the next time this happens, I told him, you're going to get an automatic counterclaim the next time. So you know what? They don't bother her. People, you have to protect your children. And if you're going to fight in school for them, the only way is to do a counterclaim. Biblical times, I guess they would have called it a cross claim. And when you write your cross claim, now they have to answer to it. See, they're trying to make you defend actually a lie. Even if they saw something happening, they would have to say, I observed, I saw this happening. They don't. They say, a student with ID number, blah, 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 was seen in the bathroom with smoke coming out of their mouth. Well, do you know the student? No, never seen them. If you do a cross claim, You want to see that case go away? It will go away. Not only payment, but, I'm not saying remedy is payment. Remedy means you have to put a remedy on your paperwork, like when you're doing a habeas, say. If you don't tell the courts what you want, you provided no remedy. Remember, failure to state a claim for which relief can be granted. You can't get no relief because you didn't ask for what you wanted the remedy to be. So the judge cannot give you a remedy. And I had met this doctor out of Texas, and she told me one day, it's not hard at all. She goes, the statutes have the remedies, and for each individual issue in each individual subsection chapter, she goes, if you read the whole thing, there's a remedy on every single one of them. I said, really? She goes, yeah. We don't even have to really dig up the laws because every code that they have for the state has the remedies in them. They can charge you all they want to under the city thing, and like you're saying, it's a presumption. They're presuming this. But she said the remedy is in the code to combat what they presume. So I was going to read one thing to you before I have to head out, because I really love this group more than anything. I love coming into the chats, but it says here, as per CFR section 433.2 of the Federal Code of Regulations, it clearly states the preservation of consumer claims and defenses. So you're the consumer. Unfair or deceptive acts or practices in connection with any sale or lease of goods or services to consumers in or affecting commerce. As commerce is defined in the Federal Trade Commission Act, it is an unfair or deceptive act or practice within the meaning of Section 5 of that act for a seller, directly or indirectly, to take or receive a consumer credit contract which fails to contain the following provision in at least 10-point bold-faced type. It's supposed to say this. Notice, any holder of this consumer credit contract is subject to all claims and defenses which the debtor could assert against the seller of goods or services obtained pursuant hereto or with the proceeds hereof. Recovery
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that code? I'm sorry that you're reading.
Oh, the code is CFR section 433.2. And so it's talking about, this is like what I'm telling you, like an example of a remedy, okay? Because she tells me they're all in the state code statutes, but see, it says here, of the Federal Code of Regulations, it clearly states the preservation of consumer claims and defenses. Unfair or deceptive acts or practices in connection with any sale or lease of goods or services to consumers in or affecting commerce. As commerce is defined in the Federal Trade Commission Act, it is an unfair or deceptive act or practice within the meaning of Section 5 of that act for a seller, directly or indirectly, to A, take or receive a consumer credit contract which fails to contain the following provision in at least 10-point bold-faced type, meaning the font. Notice, this is what it's supposed to say. Notice, any holder of this consumer credit contract is subject to all claims and defenses which the debtor could assert against the seller of goods or services obtained pursuant hereto or with the proceeds hereof. Recovery hereunder by the debtor shall not exceed amounts paid by the debtor hereunder. And you see, the recovery cannot, it says shall not exceed amounts paid by the debtor hereunder. And so when I gave that $1 to them, they cannot come in and say, we need recovery of $1,000. Okay, because it's telling you here that they shall not exceed amounts paid by the debtor hereunder. If you give them $1, all they can do is continue to require $1 a month. When the United States filed for bankruptcy, the United States, a corporation, has had nor has had a means for which to compensate the people since that fateful day. Now, this that I'm reading to you is from a court case that I did for someone. And therefore, how can one claim that one is in debt to a system that has not paid its people nor our ancestors for all that was taken from them? The national treasure lies within the living and breathing men and women who labor here on the land. And we are the creditors of this nation. And we, the people, are foreign to the jurisdiction of the United States and owe no duty nor obligation to any establishment set up of this country. Therefore, I heard foreign on the record, I'm putting the objection to paying a child support order, right? And can provide claimant how. We're telling them, who do we owe this $42,000 to, right? That's what they're saying. And, the monthly payment was exceedingly high, right? Claimant is modifying, so therefore the remedy is this. Claimant wishes to modify the child support and will be filing a motion, but requires a suspension of child support payments until claimant's motion to modify the support can be reviewed, and that this objection to additional support payments be noted and, and as denied, right? And then we wrote, claimant further saith not. The reason why I did this for him was because he had the judge in his back pocket. I told him when he tries to talk about other stuff, don't let him go off the scope of your paper the first time. So he was like, Your Honor, who do we owe this to? Who do I owe this to? Well, let the attorney tell you who you owe it to. Yes, sir. He goes, why do I owe you for $42,000? You're the one making the claim here. Oh, I never said you owe $42,000. So he said to the judge, well, I don't have a contract, okay? This is a very important word that you can use in court. I don't see a contract that obliged me or made me under the obligation of paying $1,200 a month, and that I signed off on it agreeing to this. And so the judge is actually telling him what to do. Okay. So at first he says, it's not really like a contract. He goes, then what do you call it, Your Honor? And who am I supposed to be giving this to? And then you know what he does? The judge thinks I tell him the judge is smart as a whip because he's a criminal. So he goes, ma'am, do you have anything to, now